Thank you for making it out tonight. We really appreciate you taking time out of your schedules to participate here this evening. I'm going to call to order the October 28, 2019 Royal Oak City Commission meeting to order. We're going to begin with an invocation given by Commissioner Gibbs, followed by the Pledge of Allegiance. Please stand if you can.
We gather here this evening with the daylight losing hours and the night gaining hours, and I wonder if we should be eating lots of food and getting ready for a long nap. It's not quite that cold yet. Today's lifestyle does not allow for that to happen, and instead we put on a jacket and bundle up, and DPS revs up the snowplows. Right, guys? They're working?
Well, it's leaves now, but you know.
Okay. So as it gets colder outside, let each of us strive to share a moment of kindness with all that we encounter and make late fall and winter a little warmer. Amen. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
All right, this brings us to item number 4 on tonight's agenda, which is the Easter Seals presentation of Community Impact Awards. I'm going to be staying up here for any presentations. Just FYI, I'm getting over the flu. I literally rolled out of bed here tonight, so no offense if I don't shake anybody's hand.
Good evening. My name is Joyce Rupp, and I am proud to be the manager of Dreams Unlimited Clubhouse, which is a program of Easter Seals, Michigan, right here in Royal Oak. And we are very proud to be able to give a presentation tonight. I have a little bit of background as to why we're giving the award. It had to do with one of our members, which we call a member is one of the people that we serve in our program. And while attending our clubhouse, we refer to it as DUC, Dreams Unlimited Clubhouse, on Friday, August 30th of this year, Labor Day weekend, DUC member Joseph Bates received a phone call from the Royal Oak Police stating that his house had a fire inside and his mother had been severely injured. Shortly after the call, police picked up Joe at our program at the clubhouse and drove him to William Beaumont Hospital where his mother was. Joe was then informed that the house was uninhabitable and that he could not retrieve any of his belongings, including his medications that he needed. At that point, police officers spent several hours with Joe, helping him to problem solve many critical issues, including where to sleep, transportation, getting his medications. They actually said they may have more success calling the pharmacy, being a police officer. The overwhelming kindness displayed by the Royal Oak Police and the fire department, both teams truly showed how they care for individuals with disabilities like Joseph and the incredible service they provide to our community. They continue to follow up with Joseph and to check in on his well-being, as well as his mother, to provide their help. They went above and beyond the call of duty. This was an excellent example of our Easter Seals mission in action. So without further ado, I'm going to introduce our president and CEO, Mr. Brent Worth, who will go forth with a little presentation and the awards.
Hi, good evening. I'm Brent Worth. I'm the CEO at Easter Seals. So many of you may recall, we've been part of Royal Oak since 2007. And since we opened our doors, it's been great. So we've had a really welcoming environment, and the community's been great, and we're really happy to be here. Easter Seals has been here for 100 years in Michigan, and we would not be here without community partners. So we exist to serve children, youth, adults, and their families living with a mental health disorder, developmental disability, substance use disorder, or other special needs so that they can live, learn, work, and play in their communities. And in order for us to advance our mission, we need to partner with the community. And we have come here tonight to recognize some exceptional community partners. And so they're truly exceptional. Joe couldn't be here tonight. His mom is at home, and she needs 24/7 care, and he's home taking care of her. So he couldn't be here tonight, so he wishes he could be at hand with this award, but we're gonna recognize the individuals right now. So it's my honor and privilege to present the Easter Seals Michigan Impact Awards to Sergeant Steve Tycho, Officers Steich and Officer Collins from the Royal Oak Police Department. Thank you. Travis McPherson, Mitch Mosser, and Mike Glazue from the Royal Oak Fire Department. So each of these individuals have truly went above and beyond. You know, we interface with so many people in the community, and we don't give out this award lightly, and we're really happy to recognize them tonight. So with that, we have an award for them, and I want to say thank you.
Take a photo in front of the commissioners as well. Can we have you all slide just a little bit to the left for me? And then everyone up.
Oh, with us?
Yes,
Okay.
please, come on in.
We follow directions well.
Yes, thank you. Want to get a large photo? Would you mind standing on here? No? Can you hear me?
I think she wanted us.
We want you too, so if you guys.
You want us in the photo? That's what I thought you said.
Please.
I was the only one standing. It felt a little awkward for a minute.
We're okay.
Okay, 1, 2, 3. Thank you.
Thank you, Easter Seals. Thank you for all the good work you do in our community and throughout the state of Michigan. We're always amazed at the fine work of our Royal Oak PD and Royal Oak FD. How about another round for our firefighters and our police officers? Constantly going above the call of duty. All right, well, we'll give it a second there to settle down. We got some seats up front here if folks want to come up here. All right, looks like we're settling down. Okay. This brings us to item number 5, which is public comment. Before we begin public comment, just a few things. The City Commission values and relies upon fellow citizens to make decisions. Now is the time set aside for the public to address the City Commission on any city-related issue, whether it's on the agenda or not. I ask that comments be directed to the commission and not to individual commissioners. In addition to public comment, there will be a public hearing at tonight's meeting. If you're here to comment on the approval of the plan of operation for X-Golf Royal Oak, you may wait until the public hearing is open, and you can comment at that time. If you wish to speak tonight at the public comment or at the public hearing, please wait until recognized by me, the mayor. Come up to the podium. We ask that you state your name and address for the record. Please be mindful that we want to hear from anyone who wishes to speak tonight, so comments are limited to 3 minutes or less. If you don't wish to speak tonight, that's all right. Feel free to reach out to any one of us via email, telephone, etc. Please note the City Commission won't respond directly to questions during public comment, but we are taking notes. And when we address that issue on the agenda, we'll get those questions answered. Or if it's not on the agenda, our city manager is also taking notes and we'll follow up accordingly. In addition, we do ask that we refrain from cheering and applauding during the public comment section for the fact that, many neighbors here may have opposing opinions on one way or the other on any given topic, and we want to make sure everyone feels welcomed to speak their opinion at the podium, and we don't want to disenfranchise anyone from coming up and wanting to express an opinion that may be contrary from another public speaker. So with that, oh, yeah. Well, I forgot a very important thing. I know last week we had Brugger's Bagels, which was a really nice gesture on Brugger's Bagels. We do have some Halloween candy up here in the front, so make sure that if you have a little bit of a sweet tooth and you come up for public comment, please take a piece of candy. And also, just a quick PSA, you know, hopefully, I don't know if your house is like mine, we seem to get a number of trick-or-treaters. But if you do have any leftover candy and you're looking to not consume it yourself, we are taking donations for the senior center because Erin over there at the kitchen can make it into different recipes, and she likes to get really creative and hand it out for dessert. So kind of a fun, like, I guess, chopped Royal Oak Senior Center style. So with that, who's first? Mr. Goss. Are the monitor's not working?
Ours is.
Got the agenda on.
Okay. All right.
Pretty hard to hear with all the noise in the hallway. Maybe you could get the doors closed.
Yeah, actually, if we could close that door in the back, we'd really appreciate it. Maybe we could scoot over. We do have a few seats up here in the front, too. That way that ambient sound doesn't come in. Are the microphones working all right? Yes. Yep. So you can hear the sweet sonnet of my voice? Sorry about that. It's the one God gave me. I got to go with it.
We just got the list with the agenda.
Okay. We're going to check on it to see what might be going on. I know we had some problems last time, so we'll see what's going on. All right, okay, Mr. Goss, you're up.
Well, thank you, Mayor. And hello, everybody. I don't know if you missed me or not, but I haven't seen you in a while. My name is Larry Goss. I'm with Burton Katzman and Downtown Royal Oak LLC. As all of you know, our development agreement is no longer active. The clock ran out, and obviously we're disappointed and sad that we weren't able to deliver to you an opportunity that was supported by the city. We hope in the future maybe we'll be able to do some additional business in the city of Royal Oak. And we want to thank your staff and yourselves and everyone who was involved in our saga. Obviously, we learned a few things in that experience, and one of which was probably timing is everything. And so I also want to make a comment tonight that as you decide what to do with that parcel at 6th and Main, we all know how important it is and what a landmark site it is, that as you look to decide what to do with that site in the future, as a developer, I would just suggest to you that you try to maintain as much flexibility in whatever contractual agreements you make on that site, because timing really is critical, and I think we all witness that. And if delays occur because of other issues related to that site, it can upset the apple cart, so to speak. So anyway, I just wanted to come here tonight and say thank you for all the time you spent with us, and we look forward to possibly doing business in the future. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Goss. Thank you for coming up. Yes, sir, in the back, straight ahead, standing up.
Thank you, Mayor. Happy Monday to everybody. It's a beautiful night to be in the city of Royal Oak. My name is Mike Davis. I'm a representative with the Michigan Regional Council of Carpenters. We represent 14,000 men and women in the state of Michigan, about 250 of them living here in Royal Oak. We have 2 apprenticeship training schools in Macomb County. Many of those apprentices here today, those are the fine men and women standing in the back, leaving the seats for the residents and the elderly participants of this event. I want to thank you for making the investment in this city, making the investment indirectly in us. Without projects like this, our schools can't thrive, and they're thriving right now because of your vision and your wisdom. So on behalf of the Michigan Regional Council of Carpenters, I would just like to thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Davis. Yes, ma'am.
Gay Montgomery, and I live at 3439 Benjamin Avenue, Royal Oak 48073. I'm president of the Fairways Condo Association, and as all of you know, you have spent a lot of time reviewing the information that we have sent you. pages and pages, I know. We appreciate that you have read it and that you have considered it. We also want to thank the Parks and Recreation and Senior Advisory Committee for inviting Fairways owners to come over and to make comments about the golf net going on the north and west border of Fairways and the golf course. And we had a large representative group, was able to post it in both buildings. And we had probably about 2 to 1 of the residents vote in favor of it. We appreciate the time that the committee took, and we are looking forward to hearing from the commission that they have accepted and are proceeding with the positive recommendation of the committee to put the golf net up. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Montgomery. Mr. Ashley.
Before I start, could you please turn the American Eagle front forward for all the vets, please?
Jump up there and get that.
My name is Alan Ashley. I'm president of Royal Oak Manor. And I have a little thing, 9 and 10 I don't think should be decided today. I think it should wait till after election, but that's that. But I do have a problem with the Arts, Beats, and Eats agreement, and it starts on page 6, and it's E. And there is a part in there that says, the city agrees to provide 375 parking spaces within short walking distance of the festival and within the short, and 450 spaces within a shuttle distance. Also, AB&E, which is Arts, Beats, and Eats in the city, agree to additional parking during the festival. WROK will provide spaces for artists, vendors, and alike within 2 blocks of the festival. Well, 2 blocks, I don't see where Williams, 6th, and 7th are stated there. Yet you people put the vendors and artists in our area, and I have to move over 20 people out of the parking lot 7 where Arts, Beats, and Eats main stages are, out of there. This year I was lucky. I talked to the developer at the 222 6th Street, and I used that parking lot. But if next year he's developing, I have no place to put them except beyond Knowles or at the new parking structure over here. And that means you're forcing seniors to walk over 3.5 blocks beyond Knowles and 6 blocks from here. Are you going to provide transportation for seniors back and forth to those? I doubt it. So I would like to stipulate in that section that Williams, between 6th and 7th, and Main Street in Williams on 6th Street, and all of 7th Street from Main Street to 7th, designated for Royal Oak Manor parking only, not vendors. You have enough parking on the other side of Washington and farther on down to Lincoln and Lafayette to park your vendors. You have a parking garage at Lafayette, and you can use the Oakland CC parking structures also. You do not need to park and force seniors out. So if you're consistent with your thinking of hatred towards seniors, then please, don't give me a frown. You people haven't done a darn thing for seniors. I can tell you what you've done. You've done the task force on seniors, and they've done nothing. So this is the time right now to say that the vendors cannot park on Williams between 6th and 7th, Main Street to Williams, and all of 7th from Main Street to Troy. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Ashley. Once again, I just want to remind everybody about, clapping during public comment. We have a lot of people here tonight. We want to be respectful of anyone that may have a different opinion. Mr. Harrison.
Bill Harrison, 2729 Trafford. I understand that the commission met in closed session to discuss the Burton-Katzman project at 6th and Main that Mr. Goss was talking about for a project extension, and Burton-Katzman was, of course, denied. I spent 11 years on the DDA where we bought and sold property. We were advised that we could meet in closed session only to purchase property, but not to sell property. The BK project was predicated on the city selling them 6th and Main surface parking lot. The commission's closed session meeting was therefore in violation of the Open Meetings Act. This was an unconscionable decision given that Ron Bogie had co-opted their tenant, Ford Hospital Clinics, and I wonder who leaked the information to Bogie about that. BK had to find another tenant, which they did. BK even increased their offer for the property after the mayor suggested that the property is worth more today. The city would also collect all of the parking fees from the parking deck that BK would build. My first thought that the denial was to avoid another no-bid contract before the election, but it was more sinister than that. After stringing Burton Katzman along for years, it was to protect the 6th and Main surface lot for the Arts, Beats, and Eats. John Witz was on the DDA agenda to discuss having his carnival event again next year. This is not Arts, Beats, and Eats, this is carnival event. He used this as a Trojan horse to request their approval for an extension to the Arts, Beats, and Eats contract. 2 retail members on the DDA were absent, so there was no dissenting discussion nor dissenting vote. Arts, Beats, and Eats is a disaster for the retailers on Washington. I have heard loss figures ranging from 50%, 60%, and one individual was down 90%, notwithstanding the fact that they bring in extra staff to avoid shoplifting. And to the socialist majority on the commission, several months ago I advised the socialist majority on the commission that socialism always leads to dictatorship. In Royal Oak, it has now led to fascism, the country cousin of a dictatorship. While the mayor was in room 309 pouting about the audience clapping, I understand that the police chief was in the audience warning that one could be arrested for clapping. I want to remind you that clapping is a form of free speech, which is protected by the First Amendment. When asked where I live, I always reply the Socialist Republic of Royal Oak. The pouring in of thousands of dollars, the pouring in of thousands of dollars of Democrat out-of-state money indicates that we have been targeted by not only by the state, but the National Democratic Party. We cannot allow socialism to continue to gain a foothold in Royal Oak. The City Commission has previously been a nonpartisan assembly of Royal Oak residents. Let's make it that way again.
Thank you, Mr. Harrison. I'd like to remind everybody about clapping and applauding. It doesn't, it's not anything that impacts us up here as your elected body, but it could, interfere with some of your friends, neighbors, or even family members that may have a different opinion that, we don't want to make them feel uncomfortable to speak up here at the podium. So just a friendly reminder again. Let's go with Mr. Wolf.
Two relevant Truman quotes. Once a government is committed to the principle of silencing the voice of opposition, it only has one way to go, and that is down the path of increasingly repressive measures until it becomes a source of terror to all its citizens and creates a country where everyone lives in fear. His second relevant quote is, "I can remember when a good politician had to be 75% ability and 25% actor. But I can well see the day when the reverse could be true. Perhaps it's today." Conclusion: if you want public comment and freedom to applaud your approval as an equal participant in your city, your only choice is an experienced in municipal accounting and resident respectful mayor in Stephen Miller. For courageous commissioners willing to stand up for you, Randy Levesser, Tom Halleck, and Pamela Lindell, all united against political cronyism and pay-to-play no-bid contracts. not running to represent generous special interests, seeking special favors. They are running to represent you, including seniors, veterans, and handicapped, all deserving of our respect and assistance when they need it. Past city manager Don Johnson said, quote, "Seniors deserve no special treatment." One former commissioner even called me a freeloader for living in subsidized housing. Another incumbent commissioner says of the farmers market that farmers do not bring in the money parties and special events do for the city, and therefore they're now irrelevant. All claim they cannot afford to extend free 2-hour structure parking from 5 p.m. to 7 p.m. so residents can enjoy the library their taxes pay for. I hope you now can understand my rancor for the incumbent majority commissioners and their recruited shill who was with her husband when she was taken into custody by the ROPD for DUI and was in no condition to drive herself, the same candidate now running who recently exploded at the manager of the farmers market. I hope you understand my contempt for the incumbent majority ladder climbers whose campaign chests are stuffed to overflowing with contributions from the Carpenters Union, from many, many non-resident contractors, developers, bars, and their proxies. I'm humbly asking you to have the courage to support respect, integrity, and transparency by voting for change this November. First time, it's their bad. Second and third time,
Wolf, I do
it's
need you to finish your last
your
thought.
bad. Let me finish, please.
I need you to finish your last
Finish,
thoughts.
please.
Okay, you got 5 seconds.
Support change with Miller, Lavasser, Halleck, and Lindell, and I hope someday I can give
Thank
you
you, Mr.
10 seconds.
Who's next? Yes, sir.
Good evening, Mayor, Commissioners. My name is Eric McPherson. I live at 23439 Davie, Hazel Park. I'm speaking here tonight on behalf of 5,349 building trades and AFL CIO members that live in the city of Royal Oak. Live in this cutting edge, progressive community of Royal Oak. All this development right here, the downtown over here, these other 3 buildings, is putting apprentices to work. And I would like to clear the air about this gossip about special interest, getting special treatment here. You guys had contractors that put it out for bid. You guys went through them all, numerous bidders. I don't know where they come up with special interest bidders on these projects. We have apprentices live in this community. We have retirees. We have women in the trades. And they all raising their families here. Driving here tonight, I've seen people walking their babies, their dogs. And it's great that they are in this community, walking downtown. Take a look at that project in New Orleans. Everybody hear about that project in New Orleans that fell? That was done with non-trained workers, ABC, I'm going to say. They awarded to them with no training, no apprenticeships, and it's horrible what happened. People lost their lives. And it's a shame. And I commend the commissioners and the mayor for using the lowest qualified responsible bidder on these projects. And all the people that are working on these have the quality of life of a health care, a pension, and a living wage, where a construction worker can come live in Royal Oak and afford to live here and raise their family. And with that, I applaud the commissioners and the mayor for doing the right thing on these bids. There ain't no special interest. I don't know where they come up with that. But you guys are on the right track. Carry on. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. McPherson.
Yep.
Just want to remind everyone about clapping. All right. Who's next? Ms. Donegan's had her hand up for a while.
Go home. So Marie Donegan, 503 Poplar in Royal Oak. I was elected to the Royal Oak City Commission in 1997 and served until 2004 when I was elected to the State House. I served with 14 city commissioners and 3 mayors when finances were good and when they weren't. There's a slate of candidates running now, some of whom have served before, who want you to believe that forming partnerships with a developer to build on Royal Oaks parking lots is a new thing and a bad thing. In fact, all the people I served with wanted to turn city-owned parking lots into developments to increase foot traffic and bring office and residential downtown. In the early 2000s, the City Commission asked developers to submit proposals. Some requests had perimeters, some were broad. Some were unsolicited, but we could never pull the trigger. In 2006, that commission had discussions with the developer about building a hotel at the 6th and Main property. They identified parking lots for redevelopment for Class A office. They wanted to form partnerships to increase density downtown and build a new Center Street parking deck, City Hall, police station, and a Central Park. They said they wanted to eliminate the, quote, "we have tried that before, and we can't do that" mentality, whatever that means. But in 2013, this commission achieved those shared goals and broke ground on the Etkin office in a city parking lot, sold revenue bonds for a new parking deck, and created the Downtown Task Force to address the issues we've been talking about for more than 20 years. Our new economic development director, who we didn't have before, contacted developers just like previous city commissions did. Multiple responses were received. So in 2017, I agreed to serve a one-year term in the City Commission. I brought with me a well-earned skepticism about this project. In fact, at a 2004 City Commission meeting, I declared after one of our many development deals fell through that I was not fond of complicated development agreements. I said, "I've been on the City Commission for 5 years, and in that time, we haven't succeeded at one." But my mind changed in 2017. I was relieved that the City Commission brought in the team of Platt Moran Cressa and Brandy Matthey of Kerr Russell and Weber to represent the city. The project was thoroughly vetted by dozens of people, attorneys, bond counsel, and later by several courts, as the city prevailed in every lawsuit that challenged this project, which isn't nothing. In 2017, in meeting after meeting in excruciating detail, the City Commission challenged the team until I thought I'd scream, but in the end, we have a unique project that will welcome 1,500 new workers to spend money in our shops and eat our food, and we'll finally get a new city hall, police station, and a park 23 years later from the time the idea first surfaced. Is the City Center project or something like that what city commissioners tried to get all those years? I don't know, and they don't know.
Ms. Donegan, excuse me, please. I'm the chair. Ms. Donegan has the floor. Ms. Donegan, I do need you to finish your final statement. 5 seconds,
Not a problem.
please.
And they don't know. Royal Oak is a thriving community. Families are moving here. The school district is growing with young kids. The city is delivering the things that citizens requested.
Thank you, Ms. Donegan. Thank you.
We have a AAA bond rating. Our
Donegan.
debt level is
Ms.
within that
Donegan.
allowed by Michigan.
Hey, order.
And
Ms.
our
Donegan,
budget and
Ms.
financial
Donegan,
reports have been
Ms.
honored for
Donegan,
10
I do need
years.
you to take a
Thank
seat.
you very
Thank you,
much.
Ms. Donegan. All right. Maybe we need to take a 5-minute recess? No?
Because they're gonna start putting on chairs.
I need gas. I have 0 gas.
We can't conduct the meeting if everyone's shouting and yelling, okay? That makes it very difficult for us to do our job up here. Well, I mean, we can sit here and just delay until everyone's done talking. We can get back to public comment. Thank you. All right, who's next? Yes, sir, right here in the back.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor, Mr. Commissioner. My name is Terry Tabby. I live at 2209 East Hudson Avenue, Royal Oak. Fellow relevantly new resident. And I'm also a 30-year journeyman carpenter with Detroit Carpenters 687 local. And I do just want to mention that I'm a proud member of my union, and being a part of a union standing for organized labor means protecting hard-working people and standing against anyone who tries to exploit workers for their own selfish gain. It's what makes unions so important, and I'm so thankful to those, including Royal Oak's current elected officials, for standing in our corner. when working families are strong, communities are strong, and I think we can say that about Royal Oak. I'm also a honorable discharged Air Force veteran, as well as my son, who's suffering with leukemia at home. He's still active duty, but we're taking care of him. So my income is what my son relies on a lot, even though he is still active duty in the middle of being out processed as a disabled veteran himself. But I would like to respectfully appreciate what Commissioner and the Mayor are standing for us hard-working laborers in our unions, that we all stand. But behind you is actually some of the apprentices that Mike brought up before. Apprentices meaning these students are in school trying to learn a trade to do better for their families and homes as well. So I just want to thank you guys. Have a good day.
And thank you for your service and for your son's service. Yes, sir, here.
Good evening. My name's Randy Painter, 721 Catalpa. Long-standing Royal Oak resident and taxpayer, hard-working man. That's who I am. In all due respect to the building tradespeople, because I was one too, the issue is the cost of the new Civic Center. That's an issue. And the way it came down with the bond issue not going through the proper routes, violating the city charter. That's what I see as an issue. Now, that being said, we can get off track a little bit from that, because I could go around and around and around until I'm blue in the face with the cost of this Civic Center project. But I live on Catalpa, and I was going down Catalpa today and turned off of Woodward right onto Catalpa going eastbound, and there's a bicyclist hugging the bumper of my truck. I'm doing the speed limit of 25 miles an hour. It made me quite nervous as a driver, and he continued to just ride my bumper. He was only 4 or so feet away from my bumper. If I would have had to barely tapped on the brake for any reason, he would have been into me. What I'm saying is, I don't think those bike lanes are safe the way they're configured right now, especially the one on Catalpa, because that is sharing the road with parked cars and vehicle traffic, and the actual lane that we share with the bicycle, it's the same as the vehicular lane. So I'm just bringing that up. I just want you to be aware. I don't think it's safe at all, and I would like somebody to look into that. And also probably the same situation on Washington, or Maine, excuse me. In Washington, it's the same thing with these bike lanes. It's a great idea. I want to see the bicyclists enjoy themselves and have, use of our roads, but it's got to be in a safe manner, no matter how it's done. So that's another thing. The Arts, Beats, and Eats, it just came to mind tonight with the Arts, Beats, and Eats that on Labor Day weekend, I could not access the Royal Oak Post Office. Now I could have gone any place to mail a letter, but people have post office boxes there. The Royal Oak Post Office was closed. I could not access it during normal business days. And by the way, the Royal Oak Post Office, its lobby stays open 7 days a week. So it put a lot of people, inconvenienced a lot of people not being able to access our own post office downtown Royal Oak. I would hope that some kind of consideration can be made in the future for us postal customers.
Mr. Painter, I do need you to finish your last thought.
Oh, okay. Well, that's about it for now. I'll come back with more. I'll have more to say.
Thank you, Mr. Painter. All right. Yes, sir.
My name's Ted Gittleman. I live at 25490 Hereford. Royal Oak, 48067. My concern is the water. I hear about suburbs around us, the water's getting bad. I just want to know what's going on with our water. I have no political agenda here, okay? So I've never done this before. Anyways, I got 2 grandkids that stay at our house during my daughter's, her husband work. So at our house like 40 hours and they get water. So I want to make sure it's safe for them, as well as myself and these people, I guess.
Yep.
All right. So have you ever tested water? I mean, how does that work?
Yeah, more to come.
You said
Yeah,
more to
we've-
come?
We've engaged, yeah, we're gonna have a discussion probably sometime.
Tonight?
Yeah, possibly.
Okay, probably, not possibly,
Yeah.
probably. Thank you very much. Have a good day.
Thank you. All right, yes, ma'am, in the corner.
Good evening. My name is Amanda Corey. I'm here representing 510 South Washington. It's a business. It's called Lost and Found Vintage. We've been in business for 16 years. I'm here on behalf of Jeff Bubeck, who is the owner of UHF at 512 South Washington. He really wanted to be here, but unfortunately due to personal circumstance, he could not be here. So he has a letter here, and I would like to read it to you. To Royal Oak City Commission. Due to unforeseen circumstances, I am unable to attend the City Commission meeting this evening, but wish for my feelings on the subject of arts, beats, and eats to be known. Over the course of the past 9 years, ABE has been detriment to my business income aside from obvious inconveniences. Early on, I attended multiple meetings hosted by Mr. Witz in an attempt to enlighten him that contrary to his speaking points, ABE was not beneficial to my business, nor any other retail shop I had spoken with years following those first few. During the Q&A portion of the 2013 ABE address presentation to business owners, Mr. Witz told us how wonderful ABE is for Royal Oak retail and how sales are up. I explained to Mr. Witz that when he did his survey of Royal Oak businesses, mine must have been missed. And actually, not one of the retailers at our table had ever been asked for that data. When pressed for examples, Mr. Witz could only provide a couple bars that served cheap alcohol as success stories. I have no doubt in this statement. When pressed further, Mr. Witz closed the Q&A and suggested we speak privately after. When the table of us retailers stayed to speak with him, nothing came to it. There's much more included in this letter, but I myself, as well as several other businesses on Washington Avenue, which are the main businesses that seem to be affected by Arts, Beats, and Eats, and several other of these events that Mr. Witz seems to be in proponent of, they don't really help our business at all. We would love to be more actively involved in some way. We would love it if the businesses could be included. None of us want to be party poopers. None of us want to say no to these events because it's a good thing for the city. We want people to come here, but it really is hurting our business. I've spoken to Pam, who's the owner of Scout next door to us, myself, Jeff, the owner of Rail and Anchor. Basically everyone on Washington Avenue has had issues with this event ever since it's been in place. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ms. Corey. All right, who's next? Yes, sir, in the orange.
Good evening. My name's Jacob Littleson, and first I'd like to say I think I could speak for all my brothers behind me that if you're going to be stealing people's seats in here, that's just a tasteless way to try and prove your point, and I can promise you that none of that will be happening from us in here. I just got something a little typed up I'd like to say. As a member of the Carpenters Union, I know how much unions matter to working people like me. That's why I want to thank the members of this council who chose to do the right thing earlier this year and push Baji to use union labor on their Royal Oak development project. Thanks to them, the construction workers doing their part to make our city a better place are able to get the pay and benefits they need, me included. Being in the apprenticeship, I've been able to make a wage to where I can provide for myself and my mother, who is struggling right now. And without you guys, I wouldn't be able to do that, so I appreciate it very much. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Littleson. Yes, sir, in the corner. Yep.
My name is Stephen Miller, 115 Georgetown Square North. Before I get started, I have a nephew who right now is currently a PhD astrophysicist. He attained this when he was 24 years old. He's a brilliant little kid, brilliant young man. And now he was, at 24 years old, he was teaching at a prestigious university in the East Coast. And he's just been retained by a government entity with 3 initials to do some work that he can't talk about. But when he was a kid, I used to like to tease him. He was a brilliant little kid. And I would tease him, and we'd talk about stuff, and then I'd give him some phony facts, and he would believe me at first. But then, a little later, when he learned how to use a computer, he would go up and he would check me. And he would come back down, and he would say, "What the heck?" And he would wag his finger at me, saying, "What the heck?" And so we did this till he was about 10, and then I finally started giving up. The large handouts that I've passed out to the commission, the mayor and the commission majority, is an accounting report concerning no-bid contracts. This report was done like a forensic audit. I'm familiar with forensic audits. I've done them before. In this, you'll see that there is 18 no-bid contracts with a price of between $30 and $40 million. These contracts went to private developers, and I'm going to use the expression special interest. But I'm also going to divert here, and I'm going to say that I was on the DDA for 9 years. I have nothing against development. I was one of 2 people who negotiated the contract with Shostak Brothers when they bought the property down at the south end for $4 million, and over the next 6 years paid well over $1 million in penalty clauses, and Dave certainly knows about that. But no-bid contracts are not supposed to be involved or not supposed to be used in governmental entities, school districts, or municipalities. A young man that just spoke right here from the union, he doesn't know this, but I used to do his tax return when he was a young man, and I know his parents, and his father was a city council person in Hazel Park. And I did their tax returns, and I did the audit for Hazel Park. And I can assure you that that person never voted for a no-bid contract. Now, you got to ask yourself in these no-bid contracts, why did these occur? And I believe that they occurred, or Commissioner or Mayor Fournier led the charge of these. Look at the campaign financing report. These finance reports came in and not only carry over money, but current money. They have over $130,000, 5 times the amount of money that myself, Mr. Lavoisier, Mr. Halleck, and Ms. Lindell raised. And in those reports, 81% is from developers, developers' attorneys, developers' friends, and special interests. 19% from Royal Oak residents. A lot of people think that this money that's coming in right now is to reward the mayor and the commission majority for the work that was done. I take a different position. I believe that a lot of this money is coming in, anticipating that if the election doesn't turn out the way I want it to next week, that these people will be standing in line, in the new line with their hands out, looking for the special no-bid contracts. And again, I have nothing against development, and neither does Mr. Lavoisier, Mr. Halleck, or Ms. Lindell. It's reasonable, it has to be reasonable development, and there can be no such thing as no-bid contracts. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Miller. Once again, to remind everybody, there may be people that have an opposing view, and when you clap, they may be intimidated to come up here and express that view. So we get quiet again, we can go. Yes, ma'am, in the back.
Hi, Pat Wall, Royal Oak. I'm up here because I don't want to be up here. I was told at the ROAR meeting that if I just brought my sign, I could just sit there and hold it up. Because they said at the meeting that the monitors no longer work to show the audience. So the people at home who are looking at this right now don't know the great support that many people who are speaking against no-bid contracts have. And it's not a little handful of people, it's a whole lot of people. And so I'm here showing my sign. Which one camera does show the audience? Is it this one? You said you have the monitor, but we don't. All we have on this side, people at home, is a copy of what the agenda is. And that's not how it used to be. Last week was or the last meeting you had was the first time. Now, I feel really bad saying that. I like to believe the best in people. And I came here believing these monitors are going to work again. And they're not. So what they said is true. So what else have they said that is true? I'm afraid everything.
Thank you, Ms. Wall. I want to remind everybody once again that applauding after public comment may intimidate some of your family, friends, and neighbors. So we kindly ask that you don't, because there could be people with a different opinion that, may be reluctant to come up here and speak it. And I think we all agree that we want people to feel safe and sound and feel not intimidated to come up here and express their opinion. So if you can hold your applause, that would be appreciated. Yes, ma'am.
Sue Fabian, 316 Midland. I don't know all the facts. I'm not privy to all the discussions and all the public hearings. But I would say to the council majority, you don't know all the facts either. And I say this because you refused the will of the people to vote on the new public city hall and police department. It seems at best you don't know the will of the people. And at worst, you knew they'd vote it down. So you found a way to do an end around on us. With this, here's my observations and comments to help fill in your informational void on what we are thinking. Number one, you don't represent me. And because of your refusal to put the city building up for a vote, I don't think you represent us as a community. On big money items, you represent developers. What's more, you have allowed our neighborhoods to be in permanent construction season with all attendant ear-piercing equipment, backup sirens, construction noise and dirt, construction workers throwing their trash on adjacent property. My property was damaged to the tune of $2,000. I had to sue the contractor. You have allowed our neighborhoods to be increasingly encroached upon by multifamily developments. You have diminished the vibrancy of our iconic farmers market. All of this in contradiction to the voice of us, the master plan. In fact, one of you was heard to say, you don't have to pay attention to the master plan. That's more proof that you are not heeding our wishes, and I say this with a heavy heart. I very seldom am totally one-sided, but I am on this. Number two, political literature. I got this in the mail. To put candidates.
Ms. Fabian has the floor.
To put candidates in such an evil view, to name call them as radical right-wing people is the lowest form of campaigning that I can think of. It's fear-mongering. Frankly, it motivates me to work harder for candidates that will represent me. Since when is demanding fiscal responsibility radical right-wing? Since when is listening to the will of the people radical right-wing? And number three, and finally, integrity. You have lost your integrity, in my view. You have lost the honor of being my representative. And I view you as a representative in name only. You have lost us. I will be so bold as to say, you have lost us, not just me. You are left with your lucrative developer campaign contributions and personal gain. God only knows how you think this gives your life meaning on this earth.
Ms.
It
Fabian, I do need
bewilders
you to
me.
finish your last thought, please.
That is my last thought. I wish I could say something better, and I will, if I'm uninformed, I will sit and take the remainder of the time to listen.
Thank you, Ms. Fabian. Once again, I'm going to kindly ask that, to the rules that we don't clap or applaud during public comment. Once again, we may have people out here with a differing opinion, and we may have people that have a differing opinion, and we don't want to intimidate them or make them feel not welcome to come up and speak their mind. So out of respect for your fellow neighbors, fellow citizens, family members, other people that are here to speak tonight, we ask that you refrain from applauding. Thank you. Yes, ma'am.
Hi there. I'm Ann Steffi. I've appeared here before on different reasons.
I live in the northeast corner of Royal Oak at 1129 Ottawa, and there's a lot of people not happy with you guys because of the development at what was once Mark Twain Woods. And when I got this piece of campaign information that said pro-environment, I have to ask, cutting down 5 acres of trees to build sardines in a can like 186 rental units, the traffic on Ottawa, you need to put some police there because they can get some tickets. The traffic on Ottawa is getting really bad, you know, as people start filling in all those units. So I don't think Dubec, I guess I'm not supposed to talk to individuals, right? I don't see what this pro-environment thing is. I was going to say some of the things Sue said about this ridiculous incendiary ad with flames or blood, whatever it is, about these people. I'm a Bernie Sanders Democrat, and I think what these people are saying is right. We need accountability, we need responsibility, we need contracts. And here's these great carpenters back here. They need work too, yes.
Ms. Steffi, please speak.
They need work too. They're a great bunch of guys. In fact, they had a great idea. Why doesn't the city build a parking deck for the senior citizens who lost their parking places? That would be work for the carpenters,
Steffi,
you know?
we can't hear you unless you speak.
That would be work for the carpenters. So this is not like us and them. It's like everybody together. Can we preserve the single-family homes? Can we preserve our neighborhoods without saying yes and falling over backwards to every developer? Yes, Royal Oak is a popular city. It's a great city. So why did this Bogie guy get a parking lot for $1? And why did was it $5 million of taxpayer money go to him? Why did that have to happen? That happens in depressed areas, not popular cities like Royal Oak is. That didn't need to happen. And then the next question, this is a question not an accusation. How much of the money is coming from developers and special interests? I mean, are you falling over backwards with variances and allowing these sardine-like, you know, crowded together developments because you're getting money from them? You know, what's going on here? I love Royal Oak. I love Royal Oak, but I'm standing with Miller and Halleck and Lavoisier, and, you know, I've crossed over. You can part with your party sometime. Don't you wish some of those Republicans would do that? You know, Lindsey Graham maybe come across. I mean, sometime you need to think about what's best for your country or what's best for your city and say, I'm going to listen to all the sides and pick what I think is right for this city. But let's really be pro-environment. Let's not cut down every tree and build all this high-density stuff. Okay?
Thank you, Ms. Steffi. All right, who's next?
Excuse me, I got my candy.
Listen some. Yes, sir. Yep.
Okay. How's everybody doing tonight? My name is Dan Watson. I did grow up in Royal Oak till I was 10 years old. I now live at 3632 Baldwin in Auburn Hills, Michigan. I'm a proud union construction laborer and the vice president of Local 1076. Represent 2,000 people in Oakland County, 2,000 laborers. And I just want to make this short. Our main goal is with the contractors that you hire, whether it be non-union or union, our main goal as union contractors is safety. And I think you all know that. Our 100% goal is to get our workers back home to their family, to their kids, and that's why we put all of our apprenticeships in, our safety training. So I'd like to say that. I'd also like to say I grew up over here on 6th Street, 406 East 6th Street, and then we moved when I was a young man. But because of the great work that you all are doing, I've recently put my house up for sale, and I'm actually moving back to Royal Oak. So thank you very much for the great work you do.
Thank you, Mr. Watson.
Yep.
All right, who's next? Yes, sir, in the back, in the jacket.
Hello, my name is David Frateroli. I'm an instructor for the Millwrights Local 1102. I've been a
Ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Fredololi has the floor, please.
I'm a instructor at the apprenticeship school where we focus on safety. We spend a lot of time teaching to make sure that things are done the right way and things that are accomplished. All our apprentices work hard to learn the trade and build for their future. And we'd like to thank Mayor Fournier and the rest of the council here for standing with skilled labor so we can sleep peacefully at night and make sure our families are taken care of. Not only do workers benefit when unions get the nod, but the community as a whole benefits. Unions are the best when it comes to skilled trades. We have the training, we know what quality work is, and we don't cut corners. Using union labor on the Civic Center was a great choice. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Fredoli. Yes, in the back. Yep.
Good evening, Pamela Lindell, 409 Inglewood Avenue. I would like to thank the union trades for everything they do, their wonderful work. My family is totally supported by skilled trades. My father went through the apprentice program. My brother went through the apprentice program. That's how we survive right now, is because of union trades. And I currently still support it, absolutely, and I'm sorry there's a misrepresentation of how I
Lindell
feel.
has the floor, please.
Of how I feel. I like her yelling in the background.
Well-
She's all right by me.
No.
It's a misrepresentation of how I feel. For these guys to hear all show up like gangbusters, like they need to prove something, is really awful that we have them against us. I've never heard Tom, Randy, or Steve say they're anti-union. It's the pay-to-play, giving these no-bid contracts away that's a concern. This commission says no special favors for seniors, but no-bid contracts really sound like special favors to me. The incumbents are supported by residents. Granted, you guys got 33% support from the residents, where us, the arch enemies of the city, 86% of our residents supported us and funded our campaigns. I think that's saying something. Thank you.
Ms. Lindell, thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, I want to remind you once again about applauding. Some people here may have a different opinion, and we don't want to discourage our fellow family, friends, and neighbors from coming up here to speak, okay? I said, I can repeat it again if you like. Yes, ma'am. This is a public meeting, and we try to have as much decorum as possible, and I appreciate everybody participating in that decorum.
Firstly, I'd like to say, I appreciate our police force, and I appreciate your being here, and I can't imagine how much you would like to not be here.
I need your name and address for the record, ma'am.
Suzanne Chambers on Hudson Street in Royal Oak.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Chambers.
You're more than welcome. Firstly, I would like to say about the $5.5 million. If it were to go anywhere, and if our budget is so well balanced that we have that kind of money to throw away, certainly I hope we don't have a tax increase. Secondly, I would like to have seen it go to our wonderful police force and fire department. If the $5.5 million, if we don't have anything to do with $5.5 million, that is where it should have gone. So it just infuriates me to think that that's the kind of decision-making that goes on at this table. So I, too, agree. I look forward to a change at the table. Other than Randy, I want you to stay.
Mr. Wolf, Ms. Chambers has the floor.
Secondly, that's all right. Secondly, I, too, am absolutely, my family is filled with union workers. I don't know who and why that message would be brought to this meeting. These are wonderful people. No one said anything about union workers or men that want to do a safe job. It's the no bids. You know that. You know that's what we're upset about. It's the no bid contracts, not the union workers. We applaud them and welcome them. So I absolutely, my main thing is the $5.5 million. I would have loved to have seen you guys get it, and the firefighters, and fire trucks and fire stations. And as far as the clapping goes, we all know Robert's Rules has no mention about clapping. And it's when Mr. Razor comes up that we're offended. When we hear that kind of rhetoric at this in this room, to allow that to have gone on last meeting, that is where we get offended. So, thank you for your time. I appreciate it.
Thank you, Ms. Chambers.
God bless you all.
All right, once again, about the applauding, we could be discouraging other people that may have a dissenting opinion, our friends and our neighbors that may want to come up. So I kindly ask that you refrain from applauding. Yes, sir, in the back. Ladies and gentlemen.
Put this up. First, I want to thank the mayor and the commissioners for all they do for the unions.
Sir, we do need your name and.
Oh, my name is Mustafa Hamid. I'm with Michigan Regional Council of Carpenters. I am a recruiter for Local 1102. When we talk about union jobs, we talk about the benefits. When you guys stood with the union, you made sure, just like we all like our police, we like all our union members, every trade that's out here, the benefits is where it matters. One of my brothers from 687 said he's got a son at home fighting leukemia. I am a leukemia survivor. I thank that because of my great insurance that my local afforded me. People talk about Republicans that we can trust. The last time our president, before the one we got now, trusted Snyder, and he promised him he would not sign right to work. But as soon as he got in office, he turned his back on labor. He turned his back on the working man. Everybody that's back here, I was talking to the beautiful lady in the back. Father was a UAW. I told him my father, my brother. My whole family is union. And the only way that any of us can raise our kids is to trust our people. And I trust you because you stood for the working man when you got us to get Ron Bogie to sign a contract with the carpenters to make sure that we can hold him accountable for the benefits that our members, our apprentices, and all our schools that we build, and we're self-funded. We don't take no government money. Not like ABC. One of my brothers over here from, I think, the sheet metal workers, talked about a building that collapsed because ABC just builds and takes and doesn't know what they're doing. Just like Dave Federoli just said, we concentrate on our apprentices learning safety. Safety is most important to us. But also we want our contractors to pay our members what they're due. And we have to trust our politicians where we trust you because you stood for the working man. You made sure Ron Bogie signed a contract and made sure that everything was built union here. And we want to thank you, and hopefully we could stand together forever. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Ahmed. All right, who's next? Yes, sir.
Hi, Kurt Von Eberstein, 3105 Clausen Avenue. I came with, this thing is not reset. There we go. Okay. I'm so glad that the majority of people voted you guys in and voted the previous 9 years of commissioners and mayor in. This is a very young city. We're coming up on our 100th anniversary. Think about that. This city was in the doldrums. This city had nothing going on in daytime traffic for retailers. I do feel for retailers on Arts Beats and Eats, and maybe John Witz needs to do something about that. The idea that there's this grand conspiracy and that $5.5 million went into the pockets of developers is just nonsense. It's total nonsense. 200 contractors were whittled down to a dozen, and they bid, and you guys maintained 5.11%, well under the 10% that the state allows, right near the 5% maximum that this city is allowed to indebt itself in bonds. Wall Street is doing well. Municipal bonds are doing well. Unbeknownst to the trade and tariff wars that are going on, but things are happening for Wall Street, things are happening for Main Street. This town needed to do something. This town got their act together in the last 9 years and did something for this community. It's positive. It isn't socialism. God knows where that comes from. Ron,
Mr. Van Herberstein, I have to have you speak this way. sir.
take a break. All right. That's pretty much it. Thank you very much. Hang in there. Election's almost here, and the results will be positive, I assume. Okay?
Thank you, Mr. Von Eberstein.
You're welcome. I have a parking meter that's running now. Take care.
All right. Mr. Thompson?
Mike Thompson. 1210 Irving, President of Lawson Park Homeowners Association. Item number 13, Epic at the Harrison, is up for vote tonight for conditional rezoning. There's been a lot of work done on the design, and we want to recommend approval of the project. I want to say thank you to the neighbors that got involved in the project, mostly Brandon Colo and Andrew Kalinowski. We were pretty concerned about the initial project, its size, its setbacks, privacy, sunlight, noise, tree preservation, and drainage. So we worked through all of it. The city commission members and the mayor, thank you for showing up, listening to the association. Commissioner Perush for suggesting that we meet informally with the developer. It was very fruitful. Also to thank is the Community Development Department, the detail analysis reports going back to August, Director Twing's recommendation for resubmittal of the drawing package to get it all the details in it, so nothing's missed. And finally, developer Wolfson, who met with us a number of times. He built up some trust. He's got sophisticated design sense with the Harrison 1. We did a full page turn of the revised drawings that were resubmitted. Every concern by the neighbors was agreed to. All the design was modified. And we have a letter from the developer that was submitted to the planning department along with 11 detailed design changes. So it was a great process going through this. So again, we want to recommend approval of the conditional rezoning agenda item number 13. We think it's going to be a great development for the neighborhood. And we're looking forward to that Harrison diverter, reworking that with the beautification of that. So, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Thompson. All right. Yes, Ms. Anderson.
Oh, she's got a cane.
Dr. Wallace Anderson, 404 Mount Vernon Boulevard. Some commissioners and the mayor dismiss ROAR as a small group of naysayers and malcontents. Malcontent, defined literally, means someone who is not satisfied or content with currently prevailing conditions or circumstances, or dissatisfied with the existing government administration system, etc. In use, its connotation, rather than literal meaning, is negative, with synonyms such as complaining and bellyaching. It's used demeaningly to dismiss criticism because that person is chronically discontented or dissatisfied. So I ask myself, am I a malcontent? Or am I justifiably discontented with many majority commission decisions? Well, if by malcontent one means that I object to the majority commissions giving the parking lot in front of City Hall to a private developer for $1 and giving said developer $5.5 million of taxpayer money, the literal definition of malcontent appears but not applies, but not the connotative one. Likewise, if by malcontent you mean objecting to much of the city center project, then yes, I am literally malcontent. I object to the majority commission's authorizing the $58 million bond for the city center project without a voter referendum. Recently, Birmingham voters soundly defeated a city project with about the same cost. Royal Oak residents were deprived of similar empowerment. I object to building separate police and city hall buildings on farmers market parking, too. Not only destroying long-term surface parking, but also wasting a couple $1 million spent just a couple years ago to expand that parking. I object to the 7-story parking garage next to the library. It destroys walkability, but more beyond the aesthetics, I object to the Majority Commission's authorizing an additional payment of over $600,000. The original contract was a guaranteed price. These are not the grumblings of a connotative malcontent. They are objections based on real concerns about downtown ambiance and taxpayer cost. In sum, along with a significant number of taxpayer residents, I am discontent with the direction this Majority Commission has taken in terms of favors to development and blatant end runs around the charter and neighborhoods. That's why I'm supporting candidates for mayor and commission who commit to financial restraint, neighborhood integrity, charter provisions. Stephen Miller, Randy Lavasser, Tom Halleck, and Pam Lindell. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Once again, I want to remind everybody about applauding. You know, your fellow citizens may be here tonight, and they may feel discouraged to come up to the podium and speak a different opinion. So if we could hold off on the applaud, that'd be very respectful of our fellow neighbors and friends, okay? All right. Yes, sir, in the back.
I am, excuse me, I'm Brian Peterson, 219 La Plaza Court, Royal Oak. I'm a proud dues-paying member, apprentice at 1102. You know, with these, sorry, I'm nervous. These guys teach us, you know, take pride in who you are, safety, leave it better than how you found it. So the lady who got trash in her yard, that would never happen with us. The lady who got the property damage, that would never happen. We're proud workers. We're trying to support what we have, support our council, and through these guys, I wouldn't be here. So I stand with them. They stand with Boji. We stand with you. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Peterson. Yes, ma'am. Ladies and gentlemen, please.
Good evening. Terry Myers, 1915 Roland. I have a lot to speak about. $5.5 million, it's very hard that the majority up here could take tax dollar money and give it to Boji. Number two, I don't know why the building trades are here. My husband's a retired operator. I have a friend in the audience who's a retired operator. The unions are great. I know they've got the safeties. No one's complaining about them. I haven't heard anyone complain about building in Royal Oak. It's that $5.5 million that you took of our money without a vote. Another thing I wanted to bring up was this little card I got in the mail. And it says progressive, support those with a long track record of progress. Bella Morales, what kind of track record does she have? It's the first time running. Don't understand that. This one, despicable, despicable. Very low down, under the knee hit. Radical, right wing, then I guess the rest of you are radical left wing. This is just down and dirty. And I hope and I pray that for the voters that have not voted yet, realize what we are saying up here and what you guys have done with our tax money. And it's just down and dirty. and I'm hoping we do get the change.
Myers has the floor, Mr. Wolf.
I'm hoping we do get the change the city needs next week. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Myers. Ladies and gentlemen, I just want to remind you about the applauding. If you can refrain from applauding out of respect for your fellow neighbors, that would be appreciated. I see a hand in the back, orange. Yeah.
Good evening. My name is Karen Purslow. I live at 2515 Benjamin Avenue. I work for a law firm representing unions. Unions are my bread and butter, too. So I support the unions, and what my comments have nothing to do with the unions. I would like to say first that I was appalled at the comments made by Kyle DeBuck and others at a recent commission meeting when he suggested shutting down comment for any reason. I'm pretty sure you've heard of the First Amendment. Perhaps questions posed by speakers should be responded to, such as, what is the policy for running a committee meeting? A couple meetings ago, this commission made comments about the fact that we, disgruntled group of people, felt free to speak at meetings, but that no one had sent any emails about anything we were concerned about. Well, the next day I sent an email to all of the commission members with the question that I posed at the meeting, and surprise, I got one response. I was very disappointed that only one person felt that my question was important enough to address. It was a serious question. There was some snarky comments in there, but it was a serious question. So thank you to Randy Levasseur for responding to a citizen. Next.
Ladies and gentlemen, Ms. Purslow has the floor.
Next, Jim Razor has put out a lot of negative statements about Steve Miller, who's running for mayor. As of last Friday, I was prepared to come to you tonight and state that I was going to abstain from voting for mayor, essentially submitting a vote of no confidence, as my personal interactions with the current mayor would not permit me to cast a vote for him. This past weekend, I had an opportunity to speak with Steve Miller, and I got his side of the story. And based on personal experience over the past year, I learned that what is in the press, and even in legal documents, may not state the whole story. Jim Razor knows that sometimes parties plead to a charge for a number of reasons, which do not automatically mean they're guilty of any charge. Sometimes there are things going on in the background the public does not know about. Steve cleared up my concerns, and I can state that I will be voting for him. Last, my home has been inundated with 12 shiny, expensive pieces of literature. These are addressed to Brian Ellison, my son, or current resident. I can assure you that Brian Ellison has no interest in reading this stuff, and there is no one living at my home by the name of current resident. Please take my name off your list. I got one again today. He did. And one more thing is that the Michigan Democratic State Central Committee put out 2 pieces of literature for you guys. This is supposed to be nonpartisan.
Thank you, Ms. Purslow.
Thank you, and yay for the unions.
Just want to remind everyone about the clapping. There may be people that have a different opinion. Well, it doesn't matter. This is a public meeting, and I think that we want to make sure that we have a decorum here. Includes everyone up here and everyone participating tonight. Yes, sir, here on the corner.
Eric Schaefer, 723 East 11. First, want to cover something I'd not planned to talk about. The presence of the union guys and the discussion about union labor is yet one more example of the effort to distract from the real issue. It's spectacular. You fool a lot of people with
Ladies
this.
and gentlemen, Mr. Schaefer has the floor.
They're
Sorry,
wonderful
Mr. Schaefer.
people. They do a great job. I'm sure they are. I know many of them. It's a sick thing to engage them as if this is anti-union. This is not anti-union. I know them, I love them. Enough said about it. I'm here to talk about something that seems not to have come up tonight. With all these people that are so discontented here, no one talked about the debt level of this city. I've got a little something that maybe you people are not aware of. Little thing here, they call this the City of Royal Oak Comprehensive Financial Report. You might want to get one. They're in the library for those that can't, find another way to get one. And I'm going to make it easy for you folks here at the commission and the people listening and watching. You can turn to page 163, and what you will see is that the debt level of this city 10 years ago, they have beautiful data in there. You can see 10 years of data. It's a 180-page book. You go to page 163. We had $80 million of debt. In the following 8 years, the very able administration somehow worked it down to $50 million of debt. Certainly a nice accomplishment. In the past 2.5 years, we've run this up to $231 million. A spectacularly horrible achievement. I got another page for that was on page 163, so you don't have to believe me. Go to the library and read it. Page 168. It shows we were 10% of allowable debt 10 years ago. We have worked our way up really well in the past bunch of years. I won't give you the details of how much every year, but we hugged around 10%, 12, 15. We are now at 60%. In the past 2 years, we've gotten to 60% of allowable debt. So what a job. You guys have borrowed money with no limit. And you see this all over this city. It's just like kids playing in a sandbox. But I think it's going to turn around next week. You certainly have put this thing into a pickle. The sad reality is we can get rid of you. We can't get rid of the mess you made.
Thank you, Mr. Schaefer. All right, once again, it seems like my heated appeals for, respect out of other citizens may not be adhered to tonight. So we'll go with the next. I see a hand way in the back.
Janice Wagman, Wellesley, Royal Oak. As we get ready to vote next week, I feel compelled to state the following. Despite having won with less than 50% of the vote in 2017, but maintaining a majority status on the City Commission, the Commission majority voted to overturn a long-standing rule that 2 commissioners could add items to the agenda. You have silenced the majority of voters from having their voices heard at the Commission table. Having experienced growing disagreements with their decisions at City Commission meetings, much like tonight, the majority voted to decrease public comments from 5 minutes to 3. You've silenced the majority again. Despite running on nonpartisan ballots, your oath of office eliminated any reference to partisan control and proceeded to stage marches, pass resolutions, and generally support your party's agenda instead of focusing on the business of the city. Again, you won with less than 50% of the vote. On social media, when challenged on issues, you have consistently characterized them as political in nature without accepting the fact that it is not. So many people are busy with work, parents, kids, school, life. They don't have time to take time to pay attention to what's happening in local politics until that one event that affects them personally, such as they can no longer make their weekly trip to farmers market because of the construction and limited parking. The green space in their neighborhood is suddenly torn down for a HUD development. Their old stately trees are torn down to put in sidewalks, and they are charged thousands of dollars. Bike lanes are installed, and now they have cars cutting through their neighborhoods to avoid the traffic backup. Millages are proposed that will cost them more money for something they won't use or it isn't even defined. Abandoned homes in their neighborhoods that attract rats and are an eyesore are not forced to come up to code or be torn down. Builders taking years to finish homes in their neighborhoods, and they don't follow the city ordinances, and on and on. And that becomes their until. My until was Farmers Market and the Civic Center, where the residents were not allowed to vote. My until opened my eyes to the many other non-political issues, such as the transit proposal, the enormous per capita debt we now face, as well as an ominous debt statement in our budget that we will run out of money unless something changes. What could change that statement? More buildings outside of the downtown would increase revenue on our general fund. The majority on the commission have recently expressed a desire to rewrite the master plan, in which one commissioner wants to eliminate all single-family residential zoning. Instead of massive development in the downtown, your neighborhoods, your homes will be impacted. Just like the downtown development, you will get no vote on the master plan. I urge the voters to beware. The rewrite of the master plan will be your until. This time, let your voices be represented at the city commission table. Protect your neighborhoods and the city finances. I urge you to vote for Randy Lavasser, Tom Halleck, Pam Lindell, and Steve Miller.
Thank you, Ms. Wagman. Thank you. All right, there we go again. Mr. Halleck.
Good evening, Mayor and Commissioners. My name's Tom Halleck.
One second, Mr. Halleck. Does somebody have an alarm going off right now?
Yes, they
It's a
do,
little
somewhere back there.
distracting. Can we shut that off? It's actually. Is it in the hallway? Okay, it's good. Thank you. Sorry, Mr. Halleck. I wanted to listen to what you were saying and not be distracted by constant beeping.
My name is Tom Halleck. I live at 210 North Center. I am a candidate for commissioner, as noted. I have no beef with the trade unions whatsoever. I probably have the distinction of being the only one that I'm looking at, and myself, besides the gentleman in the back right there, of having been a union member for 15 years. I spent 8 years as a very proud National Association of Letter Carriers member, and 7 years as American Postal Workers Union, all of which are come under AFL-CIO. I have great respect for them. I not only was one, but then I managed those skilled trades unions as well, because my second portion in the APWU was in a maintenance division where we maintained an 800,000 square foot facility with machinery. So I have great respect for the unions. So I'm kind of surprised that they don't understand why they're here. This election has a very odd component to it. The total salary of the people who are the 3 seats plus the mayor that are up is $2,500 per year. Yet our opponents have collected $96,000. And 86% of it is from people who don't live in Royal Oak. That's really unseemly. It has taken our politics and turned it into somebody else's politics. And when you have that much outside money coming in, they're not looking to buy governance, good governance. They're looking for a payback. And that is not acceptable. So this election, folks, you have a choice. Do you want the best candidates that outside money can buy? Or do you want candidates that are paid for by your local residents and your neighbors? Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Halleck. Thank you. Wait till everyone finished? Okay. Yes, sir.
Hello, John Galetka, 402 Royal Avenue, former UAW union member. Anyway, what's wrong with no-bid contracts anyway? I don't know. Your no-bid consultant for the city center, Plant Moran Cressa, says all the projects downtown are running under budget. Great. I see in Plant Moran Cressa's letter dated September 10th in the September 23rd city council meeting minutes that the police station is $97,000 under budget by I'm surprised it's listed, shifting $500,000 from the police station FEE budget to the construction budget, the DDA donating $250,000 from the underground water detention project to the police station, moved $160,000 from connectivity contingency of the police station project, and got a break of $250,000 by awarding work to Colsanti for 4 future service contracts. So the police station's $97,000 under budget if you shuffle $1 million around. I'm glad that was explained. Of course, there'll be the usual overruns, and that's how cities work. Longtime political contractor, architect Krieger Klatt, gets a lucrative no-bid contract for the city center and is paid on a percentage of the total city center project, including additions and overruns. No incentive to save there. Cool, but I guess that's how cities work. Political contributor Boji got $5.5 million that no one voted on, like they got to vote in Birmingham, for their private project that was approved by this council after the similar-sized Etkin building right across the street already began construction and other developments in the city. But I guess that's kind of normal. Monuments aside, you have united many people in the city by stepping on hundreds of toes, with messed up parking causing businesses to close, affecting farmers' incomes at the market, multi-story developments in residential areas, and hitting residents with sidewalk replacement mandates, forcing people to pay hundreds, even up to $8,500 for a resident sidewalk where none had existed before. And while road diet still causes road congestion, it still remains unsafe. This morning, as I'm driving, just before dawn, I'm driving south on Main Street between 12 and 13, there's a kid coming on a bike, dark clothes, no light on his bike, against traffic, swerving to dodge the debris in the bike lane. Somebody's going to get hit and killed there, probably a kid, sad to say, before the city does anything. I'm tired of hearing how all cities work and would like a city that is progressive enough to protect all its residents and respect those affected by the actions it takes and the debt it acquires in their names, a city that is progressive enough to be honest and not shift money around to say things are great, only later to hit residents with cost overruns and slush fundraising tax millages, a city that is progressive enough to not award no-bid contracts to political contributors and then give $5.5 million gifts.
Mr. Gleck, I do need you to finish your last thought.
Yes. A city that has enough respect for people and not belittle those who come before it, to not be dismissive of residents, and to not vilify businesses whose livelihoods it damages with its actions. I would like a better city. That's why I'm voting for Steve Miller, Randy Lavasser, Tom Halleck, and Pam Lindell. Thank you.
Good. All right, who's next? Anybody else? Going once? Going twice? All right, Mr. Woodward, and then Mr. Colo, I guess. Ladies and gentlemen, I don't believe I heard, come on, let's have respect for everybody here, even people that have a different opinion, okay? We're all one team, we're all Royal Oak.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you, members of the commission. We live in a great city, and there's lots of different opinions in this community. 2915 Woodland Avenue. And I come here not as a public servant representing Royal Oak in some capacity the last 20 years. I come here as a proud father of 2 kids in our local schools. I come here as a proud husband that I married a woman who also was born and raised and lived here. And I'm proud to be a resident actively involved in our community. The conversation today that I find just amazing, I am proud to stand with men and women in labor. I am proud to stand with the working men and women that build things, that make things, that built the middle class, and make things grow. And this doesn't just happen. It happens because of intentionality. It happens because that public leaders come together and make it a priority that when we build things, when we do things, when we push forward economic development, that is done in a way that ensures that workers benefit from it. And so I am proud that this city, that the mayor, the city commission, came together, stood together with organized labor to make certain that the prosperity of the economic development that is happening in this town reaches the working men and women of this community. I'm proud to live in a city that makes protecting the environment a priority, that protecting the tree canopy, investing in green infrastructure, in making certain that we make, it's true. I mean, you check it out. The reality is that Royal Oak has lifted up a leader in this space. In economic development, the late Brooks Patterson recognized the economic development of this community. In fact, put it on the front page of the economic summary of Oakland County that was shared all around the country. I'm proud to be part of a city that recognizes, and the leadership here that recognizes the importance of public education, particularly higher education, and stepping forward to partner with OCC for the incredible expansion that's happening out there. I'm proud that this city recognizes the contribution that the crane operators, carpenters, electricians, police, fire. The reason why these unions, these individuals have come forward to support a number of candidates, the incumbent, mostly incumbent leadership in the city, is because they understand that that's how we continue to build on the progress that we've enjoyed here. Everywhere I go around Oakland County, everywhere I go around across the state of Michigan, and in many cases when I'm across the country at conferences and what have you, people talk about how do we do more to be like Royal Oak. And I usually end up just directing them to, a lot of you around this table and the city leadership here, because it is a model for success. I want to applaud you in your leadership, and I want to thank you for standing up here. And even when there's people who disagree with you, you take, and taking the attacks, you stand up there willing to serve every single day. And so I'm proud to stand with you, Mr. Mayor, and the members that are running, incumbents running, including Morales, in supporting your reelection. Keep up the great work.
Thank you, Mr. Woodward. Ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Wolf, Mr. Wolf, you're out of order, sir. Please have some respect, sir. I kindly ask you. Thank you, Mr. Wolf. All right, who's next? Okay.
Rod Niner, 324 Royal Oak. The city of Invocation, or the city of Royal Oak, is experiencing a building boom, and downtown is doing well. But I've attended numerous city commission meetings and watched the city council. I'm concerned with all the high rises going up and the shadows they cause the small town of feeling of Royal Oak to be lost.
Mr. Wolf, you do not have the floor, please.
I do not feel that we are homeowner friendly. All the new building has created more loads on the infrastructure. Our sewer system could not handle the rainfall just a few years ago. My street, just a few houses down, regularly fills with water, often into the neighbor's front yard. It's been going on for years. We added bike lanes. I've been an avid bicyclist. I have biked across the U.S. from west to east and from Banff to the Grand Canyon. I thought we'd get new asphalt in the process. Instead, the road was torn up to add crossing islands, and the old lane markers were ground out, causing the cracks in between the lanes to open. They have been cold patched twice. The road's still horrible, and the bike lanes have been painting applied multiple times. The speed limit was reduced from 35 to 25. People ride 25 miles an hour, bikes on 25-mile-an-hour residential streets without the need of bike lanes. You turned it into a residential street. Apparently, the solution to the rat problem in Royal Oak will be solved by cleaning up dog feces and removing bird feeders. So much for the bird population being down 30% since 1970. And do we have a rat problem? Yes. I've talked to many neighbors and many Royal Oakers who have seen an increase. The rats have gotten bigger and they're smarter. I've done my best to try to get rid of them. They keep coming back. To replace one with two. I sat in a city commission meeting talking about the budget, how the budget was balanced. And at that same meeting, I heard that the city uses an Excel spreadsheet to determine the budget, and it wasn't worth the effort to try to figure out what the budget would be in the next year or the two in the future. It would just take too much time and effort, and there's too many changes going on. You just can't do it. You can spend lots of money, but you can't figure that out. We have built a new parking structure that was put out for bid by less than straightforward means. We're spending $5 million on what appears to be grass in front of the new city hall. We've endangered our farmers market. We make it difficult to go to the library without spending bucks on parking. We allow zoning variances without much effort. And I sincerely doubt that our notification system about new developments. people must scramble to organize and create any opposition in sufficient time. We have put up 4-story apartments and next to residential homes. We allow houses to be torn down and replaced with Bigfoot houses without considering the neighbors. I have a neighbor with a nice home that now has 2 windows directly aligned with the new house.
Sir, I do need to have you finish your last thought.
I don't have many of us that have ever thought that that will happen to them, moving into a developed neighborhood. The other things I'm concerned about and don't have enough time to say is that our construction quality. We're not watching that.
All right, sir.
We've had lots of problems with the
Sir,
roads.
I do need you to finish that last thought. Thank you. Who's next? Going once? Going twice? Mr. Colo.
Mr. Mayor, members of the commission, I'm Brandon Colo of 600 East Hudson Avenue. So listening to public comment tonight, it's over almost 2 hours in here, and I've heard people just throw mud and be so vile towards public servants. It's okay to have political disbeliefs or disagreements. That's what democracy is. We get together, we talk about it, we come to a solution. But calling people names, making up untruths, that's not that's not good government. That's just bad politics. I remember back in the 2008 campaign, I gained a lot of respect for Senator McCain when a lady was at one of his rallies, stood up and started saying all these slanderous items about President Obama. Senator McCain took the microphone and said, "Ma'am, that's not true. And in fact, I don't always agree with Senator Obama, but he's a good man and I like him." And we don't see that here. We're local. This is hometown. We're all neighbors. Everyone in this room, we're all neighbors with each other. So it's really sad when you see people get so vile towards fellow neighbors, all because of simple disagreements that can be resolved. This whole campaign season, there's a core of people who only talk about downtown, only talk about things happening in this building, in the parks out there. And then I see people like Kyle DeBuck and Pat Perouche posting online about parks. I see Melanie Macy talking about improving different neighborhoods. We're 12 square miles. We're not just the 12 square blocks downtown. There's a lot of improvements that have been made over the last 2 years, and then since then, 8 to 12. You guys did a really good job coming out of the recession, and that's remarkable. We're finally improving parks again. I think we're about 100% up in spending in parks over the last 10 years. That's pretty amazing. So I just want to conclude, Royal Oak is a great place. We all live in here. Downtown, we have great things going on. Thank you to the brothers and sisters in the unions who came out tonight. When we build with union labor, we know we're getting good quality buildings. We know that we're getting safe buildings, and we know that we're going to get buildings that will last us a lifetime. It'd be unfortunate that people have voted against using union labor. Anytime you're building out good contracts, you want to make sure you have the right people building. So thank you. I'm sorry that you have people constantly, all of you, not just ones I necessarily agree with, but everyone always has people up here talking about how bad of a job you're doing. You're all away from your families tonight. You're all not here getting paid big bucks, so I thank you for your service.
Thank you, Mr. Colo. All right, who's next? Going once, going twice. All right, we're going to close public comment and bring the meeting back to this side of the table. That's going to bring us to the approval of the agenda, item number 6. Mr. Gillum?
Mr. Mayor, I do have one item I'd like the commission to add at the end of the agenda. That's a discussion on the city's continuing efforts to comply with the Michigan Safe Drinking Water Act.
We have a request by Mr. Gillum to whoever moves, Commissioner Douglas.
Move approval of the agenda with that additional item.
A motion by Commissioner Douglas. Do we have a second? Second by Commissioner Dubuck. Discussion? All right, with none, I'll call for the vote. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed? Motion passes. All right. That brings us to the consent agenda. Does anyone wish to pull anything off the consent agenda? Commissioner Perush.
I'll move approval of the consent agenda.
Motion by Commissioner Perush. Is there a second? Second by Commissioner Macy. Okay, the consent agenda now consists of City Commission meeting minutes from October 14th, confirmation of mayoral appointments to the Downtown Park Task Force, confirmation of city manager's appointment to the Downtown Development Authority, claims October 22nd, October 25th, 2019, approval of purchase orders, declaration and disposal of surplus property, modification to contract S1901, 2019 sewer televising and route treatment, modification to contract CAP 1908, 2019 14-mile road water main improvements, Michigan Department of Transportation construction funding agreement for 11-mile, 13-mile roads, congestion mitigation and air quality project, South Oakland County Water Authority Articles of Incorporation amendments, approval of the Michigan Drug Court Grant Program contract, approval of license agreement, Sing Development, and finally to receive and file non-action items, which is the July 2019 Revenue and Expenditure Variance Summary Report and the third quarter 2019 Training Evaluation Forms. I would just like to thank also John McIntyre and Jennifer Streamer for stepping up to be part of the Downtown Task Force. I think they're going to be exceptional leaders on that force and will bring some very unique insights. They're both highly qualified professional. They're not landscape engineers or anything like that. They're just, people that really want to give back to the community, so I'm excited and enthusiastic about appointing them. All right, with that, I'll call for the vote. All those in favor say aye. 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 Those opposed? Motion passes. All right, this brings us to item number 8 on the agenda, which is the public hearing, Michigan Liquor Control Commission licensed establishment, approval of plan of operation X Golf Royal Oak, 30955 Woodward Avenue.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, City Commissioners. The Royal Oak Police Department received a new proposal for a plan of operation for X Golf Royal Oak, which is going to be located at 30955 Woodward in Suite 720 at the Woodward Corners development up there at 13 and Woodward. They are looking to transfer a Class C liquor license from H&K Associates, which used to be doing business as High Tops 10 and a half, which was located down there on Woodward at Lafayette area. They are looking to move that Class C license with additional Sunday sales, both AM and PM, and an entertainment permit up to the new facility up at the Woodward Corners. X Golf Royal Oak is owned by Chris Falusi and Benjamin Lubbs. X Golf Royal Oak is part of a X Golf America franchise, and they will be purchasing the liquor license from High Tops 10 and a half or HK Associates for $78,000. The applicants will spend approximately $759,000 for this development. They will also be renting the space from Beaumont Hospital in that facility for about $15,000 a month. Chris Falusi, excuse me, and Mr. Lubbs are both currently owners equally in X Golf Royal Oak and in X Golf Kalamazoo. They own the facility over there. Currently, there are no MLCC violations for X Golf Kalamazoo. And I had an occasion to speak with Detective Eric Schaefer of the Kalamazoo Public Safety Department. They indicated that they've had no issues at all with the location in their city in Kalamazoo, and they opened their facility in late 2018. The applicants are actively searching for a qualified full-time manager to run their Royal Oak location, who will be responsible for the day-to-day operations of their facility. If approved, X Golf Royal Oak will operate as a full-service golf entertainment and training facility with approximately, they're going to have 6 state-of-the-art simulators, a putting green, and a PGA-certified instructor on staff, as well as hosting private events and equipment sales. The hours of operation for X Golf Royal Oak are going to be based upon a seasonal model where the hours will change depending on the time of year. So in the winter, the hours are going to be a little extended as compared to the summer. They're going to be shortened somewhat. As far as food service at the facility, the menu at X Golf Royal Oak is going to be limited to prepared foods and with chips and various dips. They're going to have like a turbo oven inside the facility to serve frozen prepared foods. The last service of alcohol will be 20 minutes prior to closing, and they anticipate that food and alcohol sales will comprise of 30% of their total revenue, with 24.5% of that 30% being alcohol-only sales. The remaining 70% of the revenue will come from gaming and merchandising and instruction sales at the facility. X-Golf Royal Oak does have approximately 2,140 usable square feet. The proposed interior seating is going to be for 69 patrons, which includes 10 seats at the bar. The applicants are not requesting an outdoor service area, and they plan on having piped or canned music throughout the facility that does not going to bother the other neighbors. The final overall capacity of the establishment will be set by the police department after recommendations from both the building and fire departments. The applicants are not requesting a dance permit, however, they are requesting an entertainment permit to facilitate their golf leagues that they're going to have throughout the year. Currently, like I said, they are seeking an experienced general manager who is familiar with the brand and will oversee daily operations. My findings thus far indicate that the applicants meet the necessary requirements, and the police department is not opposed to this request. If approved, the applicants will have to comply with all planning, zoning, and building requirements and restrictions, and I believe the applicants are here.
Questions for Lieutenant Spencer? All right. We'll now ask the applicants to come up and maybe give us a brief overview prior to opening up the public hearing.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor, members of the City Commission. I am Kelly Allen here tonight. This is Charlie Crispolucci. Thank you, Lieutenant Spencer. Nice job. He is the applicant. Unfortunately, his partner was traveling from the West Coast and tried real hard to get here, but he couldn't quite make it. They are 50% owners. There are 8 of these types of facilities in Michigan. This will be their second facility, the first being in Kalamazoo, and the lieutenant checked on with the Kalamazoo Police Department, which we really appreciate. They're doing great over there, and you're all very well aware of this development. I think this will be the 3rd liquor license in that development, Wahlburgers, Brown Iron, and then X-Golf. They're really anxious to get going. We can answer any questions that you have with regard to the leagues or the equipment or any of that. I'm not like a golfer, so Charlie could probably handle that. But other than that, we're just here to say, please, approve it so that we can get our building plans in order.
Questions for the petitioner? Commissioner Douglas.
I'm kind of a random question. We see across the country a declining interest in golf. I mean, we here in the city had 2 9-hole golf courses. We turned one of them into a real estate development and a park, and yet yours is one of a number of facilities like this I see popping up around the country. Tell me about your business model.
Thank you for your question, and it's something I thought of when we were getting into this business as well. Conventional golf on a course, yes, it's somewhat stagnant or declining. However, we're finding that entertainment-style golf, like the Topgolfs, which are much bigger scale, are really actually bringing new golfers into the game. Whether it be people recreationally, first time, I can play a round of golf in 45 minutes compared to 4 hours. You don't worry about the weather, the decorum, what you're dressed like, you can wear high heels. We've had elderly people putting. So it gets everybody involved in a different way than conventional golf courses do. We only have 6 simulators. Michigan benefits from being one of the most active golf enthusiast states. So given that we only need such a small penetration rate for it with 6 sims, we find that during the winter hours, we're almost 100% full at all of the locations. Summer, a little bit different. We're looking forward to the benefit of Woodward Corners, that walking atmosphere that they're looking to provide there, I think is going to really help our business model in the summertime. But it's definitely on the rise in terms of entertainment golf compared to 4 hours outside.
Thank you.
Yep.
Commissioner Perush.
For those of us, not us, but for those on the audience and who are listening at home who don't have the benefit of the site plan in front of them, can you identify where in Woodward's Corners you're going to be?
Yeah, so we're actually off of more Coolidge. As you would pull out of that McDonald's drive-through, we're kind of right across the street from that.
Okay.
There is an undeveloped parcel that would be right next to us. So we are facing that undeveloped parcel and on the Coolidge street.
And how many square feet will your facility be?
So the building itself is 6,000 square feet, but each simulator is rather large. You stand in it, you swing a golf club full. So they're 16 by 20 sims. So we have about 2,000 square feet of walkable space and seating, and 6,000 square feet for the total store, though.
Okay, thank you.
Commissioner Macy.
Wondering if this is approved, what your timeline is.
So we actually, it was a bit of a surprise. We have built out Kalamazoo. We've got 7 other stores. We had the help of our franchise as well. When we submitted our building permits the day after signing our lease, we realized that there was a little bit more of a process involved. So I was lucky enough to get Kelly's assistance to help us get caught up in this side of it, but our permits have actually been, our building plans with the architect have been sitting at the permit department for over 2 months. We are, our developer is ready, our SBA loan's ready. Once we get the go-ahead from you guys, we are hoping to maximize our seasonality.
And how long will it take once you get started?
I think that this is nothing has been built in there yet. We have a cold shell of a building, so it will take a little bit longer than normal. We're thinking 6 to 8 weeks. We're talking with our contractor about adding Saturday wages, and that way we can try to get built a little quicker, because again, winter season for us is peak, so.
Right. Do the simulators, will they accurately reflect my shameless slice?
They will. We can bring the forgiveness down to a very beginner level, or they're extremely accurate to, in terms of indoor technology, we rival anything else out there. There are some really good outdoor technologies that use radar, but with us, there's laser imaging watching ball spin, there's infrared watching the ball height, and there's also items that are watching the club face. You put all that together and it's 99.6% accuracy. And the fact that this...
Kind of like every shot I take.
The biggest difference truly with us is it has putting. And as you're playing, it creates a little bit of competitive atmosphere. And the first time I went to an X Golf, people were cheering, yelling. It was much more involved than other single simulator stores I'd been at in the past as a consumer. It just really does bring everybody into the match a little
Yeah,
bit.
I think it's a really good idea, because you can bring amateur golfers, maybe people that haven't played in a while. You know, it's a little intimidating to go back out there and, you know, spend whatever it is for 18 holes of golf and, you know, just feel like you're a burden to everyone else out there, speaking for
Speak for
myself.
yourself.
And then also, you know, just like to kind of keep your game up and, you know, 45, you know, book it with a group of friends and have some fun on a Friday night or a Wednesday night or whatever. I think it's good to have these types of businesses that bring people together and, you know, share in kinship and jovial nature.
Sorry to interrupt. We've received people asking for Christmas holiday parties, different cardiology groups and things like that.
Yeah.
So the interest is already there, and we don't even have a sign up yet.
Very
So
good.
we're very excited to be a member of the community.
Good. Anything else you want to tell us?
Lieutenant Spencer's done a phenomenal job summarizing everything and getting us to this point as well. So.
Great response. All right. Well, I'll ask you guys to sit down for a little bit. We're going to open up the public hearing. The same rules apply to public comment as they do to this public hearing. Is there anyone who wishes to speak tonight? Okay, I'm going to close the public hearing. Bring the conversation back to this side of the table. Any other questions for Lieutenant Spencer or for the petitioners? Commissioner Douglas.
Move approval of the resolution?
Yeah, motion by Commissioner Douglas, supported by Commissioner Dubuck. Discussion? Commissioner Dubuck?
Sure, with no objection from the police department, internal transfer, and this sounds like a, you know, fun business model, great addition to the city at Woodward Corner. That's going to be a lively spot with lots of options for folks and families and workers there. So good luck. Wish you tremendous success.
Commissioner Lavasser.
I'll support the motion. Something that the petitioner indicated, though, caught my attention. That was expressing a concern over the amount of time it's taking to get the permits through. And I would simply ask our city manager to look into that and make sure that we're serving the public well in that respect.
Already made a note to check on that tomorrow.
Thank you.
All right. Commissioner Macy.
I just want to assure Ms. Montgomery, who's still in the audience, that these golf balls will be safely inside. So the Fairways Condo Association is safe.
Well, you haven't seen me golf yet. All right, I'll call for the vote. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, the motion passes. All right, congratulations. Look forward to seeing all the progress and work, and I'll definitely be up there to embarrass myself. Thank you, Lieutenant Spencer. All right, that brings us to item number 9, which is the approval of the September 2019 Traffic Committee resolutions. Mr. Callahan.
Good evening, Mayor and Commissioners. Nice to see you all tonight. I'm here to present the the resolutions for Traffic Committee. The Traffic Committee met on September the 24th, and Godek chaired that meeting. He unfortunately can't be here tonight at a prior commitment, but I am able to answer any questions you might have. We had 5 items on our agenda for that meeting, and 3 of those items had recommended resolutions for you. One of them was to review a T intersection that had no stop sign in any of the directions, and we actually went out and identified 13 locations that were very similar and we have been moving through a lot of these at the Traffic Committee level to find these locations and get a stop sign in so that pedestrians can cross without having to worry about nobody stopping in any direction. So that is the first resolution you see. The second one was to review a request to have a mid-block crosswalk on South Lafayette at the rear door of the church there at 7th Street. And the recommendation is to deny the request for this crosswalk, but to improve the crosswalks that are half a block away at 7th Street. And the last item, resolution that you see is to add speed limit signs on southbound Stevenson Highway just by Gardenia. We did measure high traffic speeds in that area, and there's quite a distance between sign locations, and we're recommending adding the speed limit signs at that spot.
Questions from Mr. Callahan? Commissioner Macy.
I'm just wondering, I saw that there were two no votes against the T section, the stop signs at the T sections, and I wonder why. What's the reasoning behind not installing those?
I believe that the sentiment of the Traffic Committee members that did vote no on that, that they had not come up as an individual request from a resident. The other 12 locations came up from engineering staff going out and looking at T intersections where other people had complained.
Okay, thanks.
Commissioner Gibbs.
For the third resolution, will those traffic calming measures be permanent or just while the construction is going on?
Well, the resolution is to work with the I-75 design team on traffic calming. I'm not quite sure what traffic calming we can convince them to install, but we're going to try and push hard to have them do something in those areas along I-75 on the west side of the freeway. On the southbound Service Drive side, it's almost all residential properties that front. There are some apartment buildings, there's some condominiums, but people do have a tendency to be able to pick up speed on these long stretches of Service Drive before they have to stop again, between Gardenia and down by 11 Mile Road. So we're really going to work with them to do something. I don't know what it might be, but they would be for post-construction, permanent for all time.
Okay, so it would be for permanent traffic calming, not for temporary while construction is constructing. That
Correct.
didn't make sense, but you know what I mean.
Mm-hmm. Any other questions for Mr. Callahan? We have a motion in front of us. Commissioner Perush?
I'll move approval of all of these resolutions.
Motion by Commissioner Perush. Is there a second? Second by Commissioner Dubak. Discussion? All right, with none, I'll call for the vote. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed? Motion passes. All right, that brings us to, thank you, Mr. Callahan.
You're welcome.
That brings us to item number 10, which is the approval request for extension of the Arts, Beats, and Eats Festival Agreement. I'm going to assume, Mr. Gillum, you have this one?
That's correct. Mayor and Commissioners, we currently have an agreement with Arts, Beats, and Eats Incorporated for the operation of the Arts, Beats, and Eats Festival through 2021. Under that agreement, there was an obligation upon the parties to meet and discuss a possible extension to that contract. Received a written request from John Witz, the president of Arts, Beats, and Eats, to extend the existing agreement for 3 additional years, that is through 2024, under the same terms and conditions that are contained in the existing agreement. I would indicate that I did have some discussion with Mr. Witz about the possibilities of allowing for the city to increase the amount that would be charged for parking for the festival. Also, the possibility that Arts, Beats, and Eats would be allowed to increase the amount of the admission fee for the festival. But again, those are just discussions that he and I had had at this point in time. Those are not reflected in the proposed amendment to the agreement that's in front of you tonight. Mr. Witz is here. I don't know if he has anything to add, but I'm sure he'd be happy to answer any questions that you might have about his request.
We'll start. Are there any questions for Mr. Gillum at this moment? Okay. Commissioner Macy.
So we heard for the first time tonight, well, for me, for the first time tonight, from some people who had some concerns about the way that the festival is set up and also about the parking. Well, we've heard the parking before about the, what is that, the east side of Maine. Has this been brought to the attention of you and to Mr. Witz? Has this been part of the discussion, either one of those, like the setup of the festival, I'm referencing that letter, or the parking, the reserved parking on the east side of Maine?
Well, that's the first I've heard about these issues specifically. I think Mr. Ashley might have talked about his concerns with where the vendors were parking before. But no, the only, in terms of the business on Washington, the only one I'm aware of, I know there were some, there's a disagreement this summer between the owner of Maiden and Mitten, and Mr. Witz. But in terms of the other business objections, no, this is the first I had heard of it tonight.
Commissioner Dubug.
Yeah, I'm trying to recall if this was Arts, Beats, and Eats or a different event, but hasn't the police department in the past worked with the folks who generally do park at that lot, particularly the folks who live at the manor, as far as identifying nearby parking for them and getting them passes to park nearby their building? That's my recollection, but I could be thinking of a different event.
Yeah, that's correct. Police department has worked with Mr. Ashley and the residents there to come up with a compromise and find a location for them to park.
Okay.
I even understand that, sorry to interrupt, but I even understand that there are rides given if people call, during that 3-day period, correct?
That's
The
correct.
police department does transport people.
Yes.
So we have been transporting people. We're working with the residents there to make sure that they have enough parking during the 4 days of the festival.
Yes.
Okay, and that's our intent, to continue that practice?
Yes, it is.
Okay, thanks.
I have a question again.
Commissioner Macy.
But the parking on the east side, I mean, so I understand the parking lot is occupied by the festival itself, but what was brought up specifically was the street parking that was near to Royal Oak Manor that was on the opposite side of Main Street was being entirely occupied by vendors and kind of held as such. Has that been the case?
It was in years prior, but last year, I believe that had been resolved.
Okay. We can ask Mr. Witz as well.
Commissioner Lavasser.
This has only been on my radar now for about 6 days. I think it's been on the public's radar for a little bit less than that. I'm wondering if there's, and I think I already know the answer because Mr. Gillum, you indicated that you hadn't heard some of these concerns that were expressed tonight until tonight. So I'm just wondering if there's been any type of meeting with people in the footprint or around the footprint to learn what their concerns are. I think Arts, Beats, and Eats is a great thing, but the time to make any changes, if need be, is when it's time to renew the contract. And I certainly would like to get the input of the neighbors, the people in the footprint and around it, before we simply sign off on a contract.
And to my knowledge, there hasn't been any kind of a meeting. If there has, the city hasn't been involved in it, so. But there could be, if that's what the commission would like.
Any other questions? Commissioner Gibbs.
And I echo what Commissioner Lavasser had said about only having 5 or 6 days to be able to reach out to all of the business owners and the residents in the area was extremely challenging because each of us has commitments as well. And the business owners that I wanted to make contact with, some of them they're out of the country, they're out of town, they're, they're busy working, and I was busy working. I think if we can have established some kind of meeting between the business owners, maybe the residents in the footprint, to get some guidelines or some better ideas for how all these things are gonna be operated, parking and trailers and, all the other things that are involved. There's a whole long list, and I only volunteer at the Royal Oak Women's Club beer tent, so I bartend that weekend.
Commissioner Dubak.
So I believe the first contract for Arts Beats Needs was approved in 2009 for the 2010 festival. And it's been kind of evolution ever since then between the city and the festival and the promoter working in good faith together. And I think what we have is a really great product that's something that our community can be proud of, that we need to continually make better and work together to make better. And that has happened, to my knowledge, every year, whether or not we're in the midst of a contract. For me, I'm primarily concerned with, yes, continuing to find ways to engage local Royal Oak businesses to benefit from the 300,000 to 400,000 people that are within 100 feet of their door during those 3 or 4 days. And I'd love to hear from Mr. Witz about how he is continuing to work with local businesses to engage them into the festival. As far as parking, that's kind of on. We run the parking system, so we can always decide any tweaks we want to make. I don't think necessarily raising the fee is something that needs to be considered, given that the draw of the festival is that it's a great family-friendly festival, and we don't want to price people out of it. It should be accessible to everybody. That's what makes it worth for us to share the public right-of-way for the festivals, that it is for everybody and accessible to everybody. So, that being said, I have no problem with the extension, but if there are particular problems, I mean, the things that we've heard tonight are things that we've heard every single year. And again, none of us were here when the original contract was enacted, but it's been kind of a journey, just like Dream Cruise, which is far older than Arts Beats and Eats. We're constantly working with the police department, with the local businesses, with the nearby neighborhoods to make it better. And that's, I think, continues to be our goal. So. But, with the mayor's permission, I would like to hear from Mr. Witz.
Yeah. I'll just add to that, it's been 9, almost 10 years, and I can tell you, just even since I've been mayor, there are always issues that we work out. So there's the contract. It's my understanding that, the promoter wants to, carry this contract for a while. There's no indefinite, or I should say definite end. So it's always in the interest of the promoter to work with us if unanticipated issues pop up, or there's a issue with certain businesses or vendors that we need, through the leadership of this commission, staff leadership, to always work through. And we're constantly doing that in and outside the bounds of what this contract is. So, the way it's set up, there is the, motivation on both sides to always figure out any issue as we progress forward. But what I'll do is I'll ask Mr. Witz to come up here if he's willing to, and maybe talk a little bit about the extension, where you're at, and comment freely on any topic you so wish.
Thank you. So, thank you for the opportunity to be here. I do want to address how the event has worked on many issues over time, and certainly in Alan's case, we've had many phone calls. I take his call all the time. We passed it over to police. We gave up the vendor space as Lieutenant or Sergeant?
Deputy Chief.
Deputy Chief, oh my goodness. As Deputy Chief, Ward said that, we offered to give those spaces up. We talked to Alan also about rock and rides that will come up, so we address any issue that we can, and that was a case, I did not hear the comment, but that was a case where the spaces that we had the rights to in the agreement that we gave to the city to give to those, to the residents of the manor. And as Alan just told me now, he secured another parking lot, and that's how things were addressed. But that is an example of over time of what we have done. There have been issues about access to businesses. We opened up guaranteed block spaces as we did. So we have openings to local businesses. We had music issues related to a stage where you heard from residents. We switched the direction of the stage. Our national stage speakers were lowered when there were concerns about residents, and we do sound checks every year, with police. When there is an incident, Mr. Gillum mentioned an incident with Maid and Mitten Store, who I walked into their store 3 times during the festival. They had people in there every time, and they had asked us for access to a lot that we had secured to create a seating area, and they wanted to put a spinning wheel in to draw people in, and we granted them access to an area that we had secured to help them draw business into their place. And I think there's been a very one-sided, story where people don't know that we supported their ability to do that. We give discounts to Royal Oak businesses that want to have a restaurant space that, are in the event, as well as preference to any artist or musician that happens to be from the city. I have a few more things to say in positive, but I want to state the reason for the agreement, wanting the extension. We've always been at a 5-year window for trying to, keep the event and keep it secure in the city of Royal Oak. This is not just an event that you can lay out and lay down in, and if we are insecure in being in the city with the amount of time it would take to move and relocate an event of this magnitude, which is the largest event in the state, we would be forced to research other communities for our own ability because of how much time it would take to logistically figure out, where to go, with the event if it was not secure and we did not know that the city wanted to be here as much as we wanted to be here with the city. We need the extension to know that we're in good standing and we have a track record of listening and doing things that we can. Now, that being said, we cannot do everything for the retailers. There are concerns in retailers that are not as successful, during the event. I happened to walk the streets and saw a lot of business in places, and I think we have to remember the perspective that if we were not here, like if you look at what happens on a Sunday and Monday on Memorial Day weekend or 4th of July weekend or other weekends, there just wouldn't be any foot traffic at all. Businesses would be closed on Sunday and Monday, where we're bringing tens of thousands of people into the downtown on a Sunday and Monday that there would be no people, in the downtown shopping or retailing. So we keep our setup to Wednesday at 6 o'clock, which means we build the entire event in 36 hours. We don't ask for more time because we don't want retail businesses to be affected, by us taking more time to set up the event. We keep the event free on Friday, so that anyone who is working in the downtown and retailing on a business day can have access for the event, and we promote a free time, for people. Out of the admissions that we have, almost half of the people that come to the festival don't pay to get in. So there are thousands of tickets given away and all-day wristbands to volunteers, stakeholders, companies that are sponsors that give away tickets to businesses. We do food drives and other things, which, there are so many details and planning to this that, just respect to your comment, Commissioner Lavasser, if we waited till the contract, expired, we would, there's just no way we could organize the event and have it be at the level that it has been. A couple comments just about the community aspect of the event. The event has raised an average of $100,000 for Royal Oak-based charities, including the Women's Club, including the Historical Society, including the War Memorial, including many school groups and other organizations. So the money that's been invested to the DDA, that the DDA has invested and has already approved, supporting this extension, and I want to make a comment about how we are having a voice in a second, but not only has that money been repaid by parking, and there's been no taxpayer liability, but nonprofits have been supported, and then above that, there's been another average of $200,000 a year to other nonprofits, and there's no festival in this marketplace that comes even close to that kind of, community giving and give back. From a perspective, we don't want to raise parking, we don't want to raise admission. To us, we like giving away free admissions. We want more people there. We want more people to see the downtown. We don't want to raise any prices until, either one, we absolutely have to, or two, there's so many people there that it actually helps us to lower the crowds by having a little bit, a little bit of an increase. But to speak to the local business concerns, there were, the DDA, who represents the local businesses, voted unanimously to support this. And we have a forum where there have been some complaints by local businesses, and that forum will be set before the contract is voted on. So we will listen. And again, we have a track record of working with them. Some of the businesses one of the businesses that was listed in the young woman who spoke earlier isn't even open during the event. So they don't even try. I mean, so there has to be some perspective to, some of the feedback. And the other gentleman who mentioned like the access to the post office, Deputy Chief Moore can attest to that 2nd Street is open and there's full access to the post office. We have worked very closely with DPD, with DPW, with all the departments, and the administration man hours and effort that goes into planning this event has decreased so much over time. We have really worked hard that we're down to almost one meeting of planning now. So, Mr. Razor, when he was a commissioner, had concerns about the hours of staff and things like that. We have really just streamlined this event. So we have a railroad crossing running through, and that is done smoothly. We have not asked to expand the footprint because we haven't had the need to do it, and the planning has been so smooth every year. For an event of this magnitude, there have been no major incidents or injuries in the history of the festival. We have been in litigation 0 times, which means we paid all of our vendors. We have a great reputation for, dealing with business, and the great news for that is that my last point, which is the amount of publicity and promotion for the city, which is over $2 million. That's what you guys get with no taxpayer investment at all from your residents. You have $2 million of promotion that is all positive, for the city. Obviously, there are some complaints that, that come through in an event of this magnitude, but the publicity for the downtown is so significant. There are 25 media outlets that talk about coming to downtown Royal Oak that are involved in this event. When you are competing with the city of Detroit and so many places that have downtowns that are trying to promote people, to get people to come to their area, our publicity machine for this event, which is about culture, family fun, food, music, things that you want your community to be about, it's unprecedented the amount of publicity that is part of this. And having the time to do this right and having the vote of confidence, we are asking for it tonight because our track record has been great, not only for what we've done and achieved and what we've raised and the publicity, but for our ability to listen and work with businesses. There are times, like at the meeting that the woman mentioned where we were in front of downtown businesses, there was a request that we just cannot grant. I will give you an example. One of them is moving the booths from the curbs into the center of the street, which would create more of an opening. We could never build the event in 36 hours. There's no way to pass traffic. If we built the center, we would only have one-way traffic on that side going up and down, and there's no way, if you see the setup, if any of you guys have been walking and you watch propane trucks pass food trucks, pass other trucks, there's no way to build and set it up. Plus, you'd be running multiple electrical lines across that would create trip hazards, to power people, where the curb is the perfect barrier to protect the power lines, for the event. So we come here today. We have a meeting planned with the DDA. We have the unanimous approval of the body that represents the local businesses and the downtown to move the event forward, with the condition, with them knowing that we have an open mind to the voice of businesses, that they know we are going to hear concerns and that we're going to, address them. We ask that the body support, the event and allow us the vote of confidence. And, we have never not had that vote of confidence. We have never not responded to concerns to the best of our ability. So we ask for the support tonight, and I'm definitely open for questions.
Questions from Mr. Woods? Commissioner Lavasser.
I certainly want to support an extension. I just want to make sure that we're looking at it from the perspective of our community. Anytime you have an extension of a contract, that's the time, if there needs to be any tweaking to make it better for one side or the other, that's the time to bring it up. So would there be an issue if we put this off for a little bit and just had some formal input coming in from the community so that
I
we
mean,
could?
yes, to me, Commissioner, we have been in operation for, I just want to make sure I have it right, for 10 years. We celebrate our 10th year. We have, you guys, at the end of the first few commission meetings after the event, from what I have heard, I could be wrong, but there wasn't one resident that came and voiced a concern about the event. Correct me if I'm wrong. There hasn't been businesses that have been, creating, issues or have come and spoke to you as a body that had every ability to do so. And we, this event has spoken for itself on such a, for so many years, and we have had an open office for anyone, my cell phone to everybody in this room, the table, the city manager, the police chief, is 24/7. We moved our offices into downtown. We are, we work and talk to anybody about any issue, and we have a track record for that. So I think, with us not asking for more money, not asking for an increase of, any level of support, for us keeping the terms the same, for us wanting to keep the cost down on admission and parking and not ask for any increases, to us saying that we're not able to move this forward, I think would be a statement that says that we might, not want you to be here. I mean, it doesn't feel like we're, like when I've said that we would need time, a major amount of time to relocate this event, that we would need to start looking around now. And we have always come to this body in the past, with this exact time frame. In fact, in the history of the agreement, we've never had less time than this with the agreement being extended. This would be the least amount of time. We've always had always come with less than a 2-year window. Whenever it's been there, we've never had less than a 2-year window minus a month or so. This has always been the natural time we've come to the commission for the reasons that I've stated.
Commissioner Macy.
First of all, I want to thank you for that extremely thorough presentation and addressing of all these concerns that you heard tonight from us and from the audience. I think that was really informative, at least for me. I wanted to hear a little bit more about the forum that you say takes place with the local business owners. About when does that take place? And then also, if you could talk a little bit about what your ability is to respond to those concerns kind of on the fly, given that you have constraints of the festival and setup and so on.
Sure. So the forum that we have, there's a forum that's being set up that's being organized by the DDA. So there will be a forum that takes place before their vote for the contract comes. So there'll be a meeting with Sean Kramer, who has taken concerns that he has said, heard on Facebook, et cetera, or has heard directly from businesses, and those are being brought to us, in a couple of weeks. The forum that we have is a forum that takes place on approximately 3 or 4 weeks out, where we go over street closures. Deputy Chief Moore is there. We thoroughly go over all the street closures, how things are going to be impacted. And again, just to understand what we do for local businesses, we work with the city to provide parking for all their employees. We came up with a strategy to provide free parking and pay for a shuttle service for employees to park. So because if the employees parked in parking decks, they would take up one space for 14 hours. If they take up a space for 14 hours and park closer to the business that they work, then the public cannot support the city and turn those spaces over and over again. So we explained to them how important it is for them to park remotely and get shuttled in so that the city can maximize the amount of money that it makes. So we go over those issues. We go over marketing for the city. We go over closures, how to get delivery trucks in, and all of that stuff. There are some concerns that are expressed at those meetings. They are not significant, and we do, as the previous speaker accurately said, we will address them to a point, but if they take up the time to go over the logistics, we ask to speak to people after the meeting. So she was definitely accurate about that. And we have an open mind to things. One of the issues are sidewalk sales. If we have so much traffic, if we have sidewalk sales and we have strollers and everybody who's coming in, there's a concern that if there's sidewalk sales everywhere, that it would be logistically really difficult to get people through and would congest things up. Could we be open to creating 4 or 5 areas where there's rotating sidewalk sales, each year, where the sidewalk is wide, and if we did good planning with the police, we would be open to, something like that, for example. One of the concerns is a sale of, water in businesses. And for the most part, businesses that sell water year-round are allowed to sell water, during the event. But just understand, when a business puts a dollar water sign on their business when they're really selling retail and they promote water, that is a sale that is a $3 water on the streets that helps pay the cost of the event, that does go to charities like the Royal Oak Women's Club, where there's a percentage raised, and there's about probably 30 cents on the bottle made in the store where the event needs the revenue on the outside. But at the same time, Made in the Mitten is allowed to sell water because they sell it year-round. So they express concern about selling water, yet they're allowed to sell water. So it's just something that's hard for us to try and defend when they actually are allowed to sell water during the event, and our water sales have dropped, dramatically over time. I was just going over that with our food and beverage person. So there are some issues, and again, those are three that I know the most of. On the sidewalks, wanting to move our booths to the center, and then selling water, which again, it's just hard when they're not, when that's not what they normally do, to turn a retail store into a party store and directly compete with charities and the event's ability to raise money to cover its costs. So those are a few that I'm aware of, and whatever else that we hear, Commissioner, we are going to go to that meeting with an open mind, and as we've done for every issue that's brought to our attention. And again, many members on this body know that issues have been brought to our attention over time, and we have addressed those issues. So, and that will never change. We are long-term players. The next item on our agenda is an event that, we brought to the downtown, or to Royal Oaks downtown, where we took an asset from another downtown event and brought it from a downtown to trade event and brought it to Royal Oak in a successful manner. We're interested in the new park. We're interested in supporting sponsorship for that. We're interested in, potentially other events and things that are, viable for the city, and we want to be here for a long time, and our track record has proven that. And what I've heard from most everyone here is they want to see the festival be in Royal Oak in perpetuity, and we want to be here in perpetuity. We love the city. We think it's a great marriage.
Commissioner Douglas.
If we were hearing a lot of problems tonight, or had heard a lot of problems perhaps after the last festival, then perhaps we might want to step aside and take a little more thoughtful approach to this. But in fact, we're responding to a letter from one business. And I've looked, yes, there are businesses that do better during the festival than they would ordinarily on Labor Day weekend, and there are businesses that maybe do worse than their daily average across the year. But what would their average business be on Labor Day and the Sunday before Labor Day? The fact is, it's an average. I walk down Main Street and I look at restaurants on Main Street, no disrespect to your food vendors, but, the restaurants in Main Street are jumping with customers. So I think overall, the net effect of Arts Beats and Eats is positive for us, not to mention the promotional value. I work in PR and marketing. I've sort of seen some of their ad schedules and get a sense of what that advertising value is in the marketplace, and it's enormous. When people say Royal Oak, when they connect this event with Royal Oak, in every breath, in every plan that they make to come here, that's recognition that resonates for us and to the benefit of our resident businesses throughout the year. The DDA unanimously supports this event. I see that as small issues have come up, I sense that the operators have been flexible and responsive to concerns. They've turned this into a well-oiled machine that I see no real problems with, and so I'm inclined to support it.
And I just want to add a comment to that. I do think we are very unfairly stereotyped when you say just the businesses on Fifth Street that have the bars, which, by the way, do have their best 4 days of the weekend by far, and Keith from O'Toole's made sure I said that. But, You know, Boris from Little Brothers Burgers has his best 4 days. His ice cream store has his best 4 days by far. Lily Seafood has their best 4 days. There's so many restaurants as well. And if you look at the retail, I think some of the concerns, and we have a very open mind, is there is business in there, but you see all the people in the streets and you're like, oh my goodness, those people should all be inside too. And we've had the same issue sometimes with artists who have not had great sales. They see all the people walking, but not everybody is an art purchaser. I think that there's a big picture happening here that is vibrance to the downtown and bringing, 300,000 people on a weekend in a safe manner is just such a victory when the city has, had a neutral tax, payer, situation, with the event. And we have raised, just so you know, with 100,000, as I've said before, the 100,000 that the DDA has committed and received back from parking, just understand that we raise $1.4 million above that to bring this event to the city. So we're responsible for raising most of the money, and the money that the city commits, they get it back. So it's a really, it's a good deal, and it's not perfect, but it's a really blessed deal for both of us.
Commissioner Macy.
So I agree that it seems like it's a really good deal that works really well for most of Royal Oak, but I do want to get across that we are concerned about those real retailers that are downtown, and the example of the Maid in the Mitten, I mean, seems like good business sense to me to try to get people in with those waters, and I guess I just don't know that it feels like that was denting Arts Pizza and Eats profits so much. It feels like that's the kind of, I kind of want you to be working with those retailers to figure out promotions to drive traffic into those retails rather than, making it a little bit harder for them.
And just to that point, we have suggested and we're willing to promote an aggressive downtown sale. So we would make it a website feature that if all the businesses put 20% off retail or came up with a special sale and highlighted, we would do so much more than using a water to get you into the store. We would promote a Labor Day shopping experience within the festival, and we've actually met with the Royal Oak retailers and tried to do that, and we are completely open to revisit that again. And it's important that everyone think big picture. And, again, if you look at the fact that we could probably have 3 or 4 of those retailers on TV talking about the sale, as you guys know how much we have 102 television stories, we could grant some of those stories to retail, promote a big sale, as long as the businesses came to the table and said, hey, yeah, we're going to put something off our pricing as part of being, something bigger, and that we could also promote that. We've also encouraged to say that, give out retail bucks with your admission, that you could give out, the same value. We would give out a coupon that would be good in Royal Oak stores. So if you paid a certain amount to get in, you'd get a coupon toward a purchase of a minimum $10. So these type of ideas that are really, again, and I go to Charlene's experience from, the marketing and PR perspective, but there's some really big picture things that are available if the retailers came to the table, also ready to give and be creative. And we are willing, like I said, to have our staff hand out a coupon with someone paying to get in to have that value. Let's say you paid $5, you get $5 value at a store as long as you spend $20. I mean, so we can use the power of our promotion and the event to turn it around, but we've gone twice, and the retailers as a group, in fairness to us, have not motivated to all come to the table and participate. If we had 80 to 85% participation, we could promote a big sale and make that part of what we do. And Labor Day, Memorial Day, those holidays are known for sales from a retail standpoint. Stores use them, malls use them for big sales, and we're happy to use the power of our promotion to do that. So we absolutely would never take it lightly, Commissioner Macy.
Thank you.
Commissioner Perush? No, sir. Sir, public comment's over. Commissioner Perush?
I think I would like to emphasize what you just discussed, that the retailers as a group need to collectively come together and approach you, if they can, about some of these ideas, because I think they're very creative. I think they would be very positive for the retailers, and I think that it would boost their presence in the community and give them a platform not only for this event, but also for other things that go on in the community, whether it would be applicable to other events or whether it would be applicable to other just things that happen in the community. So I think that's a terrific idea. The other thing that I think we need to remember is that it's only been recently that the retailers have been open on Sunday at all. I mean, the retailers typically, up until about a year and a half, maybe 2 years ago, never opened on Sunday. No one ever did. And I think they finally collectively made the decision that there was enough foot traffic in the community with all the restaurants that it was beneficial to them to actually staff up and be open on a Sunday. So now they're at the point where they're saying, well, on this particular Sunday, things are not as good as they might be on another Sunday because of the festival. I think we need to keep in mind that the retail atmosphere within the downtown is an evolving thing. I think they finally recognize that being open on a Sunday is a positive thing for their businesses. Now I think they just have to jump on board and find some creative ideas with you to boost that activity on that particular weekend. Because up until a couple of years ago, they weren't open at all. So I really think you've got some good ideas. Hopefully they will take advantage of it as a group, because I think you're right, it needs to be it just can't be a handful, it's gotta be a positive majority that are willing to work on it to make it work. But I think the opportunity is there if they're willing to take it.
Commissioner Douglas.
I'll move approval of the resolution.
Motion by Commissioner Douglas, second by Commissioner Macy. All right, discussion? Commissioner Lavasser.
I very much want to approve this motion, but I can't today. And that's because we're talking about such incredibly short notice to us, where we haven't had an opportunity to receive feedback from the community, to give us ideas on how this might be improved for the community, or to address concerns that may be out there that we might have to put into the contract itself. It's nothing against you or the way you interact with the community, but there may be some things that need to be incorporated into the contract in order to address those concerns. And the only way we know that is to hear from the public and to talk these things out. I mean, we're talking about, if I'm understanding this correctly, we're talking about 2022, 2023, 2024. So we're talking about Arts, Beats, and Eats that's almost 3 years away before this contract essentially kicks in. So I can't support it tonight. What I will do, though, is move that we table this until the second meeting in November, and that staff reach out to the community to get feedback on how we can improve this contract and address concerns that they may have.
I'll second that motion.
Well, that would be an amendment to the motion to approve
right,
it to
you're
table.
right.
I don't know,
There's
is
a
that
motion on the
possible? There's a motion on the table right now.
I think the motion to table takes priority over the substantive motion.
So-
The only comment I would make is that the second meeting in November will be the meeting on November 25th, which is the meeting that the new city commission is sworn in. And we typically don't place any substantive matters on the agenda for that night. We could, if the commission wanted to, but we normally do not. So,
All right, so there's a motion to table. Discussion? Commissioner Dubak?
Yeah, I don't see any need to table. I'm comfortable with my knowledge and the commission's knowledge of the festival. Again, it's been in the city for 10 years. I received no shortage of feedback about the festival in any given year, positive and negative. A lot of people love it. You know, there's people that have concerns. We generally bring those concerns to Mr. Witz to make adjustments, and he's shown over the years he's more than willing to work in good faith with the city and downtown business owners and residents to make this as positive an experience as possible for everyone involved, even those for whom it might not be their cup of tea. So given Mr. Witt's concerns about timing and our previous practice, I don't see any reason to break from that. So I can't support the motion to table.
Yeah, I'll just add that, you know, I've been up here probably the same as Kyle, 8 years, 10 years going on Arts, Beats, and Eats. And we made some changes. You know, the first round, we learned a few things working with, nothing that either party would have known about, you know, but after going through a few years of it, you learn what sort of things you need to modify and make changes. And we made a few substantial changes in the first round. And then the second round, you know, those weren't, contractual issues weren't really the issue. But from an operating perspective, I can tell you I bring stuff to Mr. Witz's attention. I don't want to say on a regular basis, but if something pops up at the festival, if there's a noise complaint, whatever it may be, that's always been addressed and responded to. And I don't know how you would, incorporate that into this contract. A lot of those things dealing with nuisances or issues, or, something new comes on board with parking or whatever, the city wants to make sure that this is a win for the attendees, a win for our residents, a win for our charities, and a win for Arts, Beats, and Eats. And we've had a successful track record. This is 3 years. It's an extension for 3 years on something that's worked over the last number of years. And I'm confident that, if anything ever pops up, in that 3-year period, but, the reality is we weeded out a lot of that before. And, we've had over 10 years of public input on this by now. So I would say we, unlike any other thing we're voting on, we have a lot of input from residents over a decade, and a lot of input from businesses over a decade. So I feel comfortable, based on the feedback I've received over the years, supporting this contract, but clearly not supporting tabling it, because that's just going to be an unimaginable burden and risk factor for the promoter here. So I think the request, like he said, this is the shortest period of time that the festival has had to, ensure that it can be in place with the request of a contract extension. So I won't be supporting the motion on the table right now. So I'll call for the vote. Oh, Commissioner Macy?
I was just going to say, I agree with you about the issues, which obviously I have some questions for Mr. Witz that I feel like he's been addressing very well tonight. But the issues and the concerns that I might have would not be things that we would insert into a contract. To get into, we wouldn't want to be the one saying, you must do this with the retail, like you must have this promotion where they have this coupon. Maybe they don't want to do that. But what we do want is to have someone who's willing to work with our retailers and who has expressed that flexibility and who understands our position that we want all of Royal Oak to benefit from this. And there are so many ways that our community has benefited. And my children love those rides, maybe too much. And so to push this off, I feel like Mr. Witt said, is not showing that we have full faith and confidence in him to continue to act in good faith, which he has for many years, and to act responsibly in putting this festival on, which has been a great boon to our community and to our nonprofits in the area.
All right. So the motion on the table right now is to table. Okay, I'll call for the vote. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed?
No.
See the ayes, just to make sure, just 2? Okay. All right. So that brings us to the original motion, which is to approve the contract. Any other discussion on this? All right, with that, I'll call for the vote. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Those opposed?
Nay.
Hands of the nays. All right, well, we have a contract for 3 years, Mr. Witz. Good luck. And, I'd say, now you don't have to sweat, but we both know that that's not, that's not a possibility. That's a low blow.
Yes, I'm passionate and very thankful to the body, and as we always have, we will take this as an honor to be partnered with an amazing city that, has been responsible for the best years of our event, and we love and respect it, and we'll continue to work closely as we've always done, and thank you so much.
Thank you, Mr. Witz. All right, that brings us to item number 11, the approval of request for Rock and Rides 2020 and 2021.
Mayor and City Commissioners, this is a request from John Witz and Associates to actually enter into an agreement for his organization to put on the Rock and Rides event for 2 years in 2020 and in 2021. There was an event this year, 2019. It was a one-year event that was done pursuant to a special event permit that was previously approved by the City Commission. So what the resolution that you've been provided with would be to approve the entrance into an agreement with Mr. Witz's organization for the event for 2 years, to direct our office to prepare the actual agreement, and then subject to the preparation of an agreement that was acceptable to me, the city manager and city attorney, to authorize the mayor and city clerk to approve that agreement. This is also an issue that was addressed by the DDA at its meeting earlier this month, and as with the extension to the Arts, Beats, and Eats contract that Mr. Witz had mentioned, the DDA expressed support for this event but actually wanted to have a written contract in front of it before it gave formal approval. So the DDA is anticipating that we'll be back on their regular agenda in November for approval.
Questions for Mr. Gillum? No questions for Mr. Gillum? Questions for DC Moore? No questions? Commissioner Pruish?
I'll move approval of this resolution.
Motion by Commissioner Pruish. Is there a second? Second by Commissioner Douglas. Discussion? Commissioner Lavasser?
I have similar concerns to the ones that we just had with Arts, Beats, and Eats. This one I think is a little bit more imminent because we're talking about June of 2020, if I recall correctly. And I don't remember the timeline we operated under last year. I know I supported it last year. I know it was an extremely short time frame that we were operating under at that point. But I'm thinking perhaps the thing to do is approve it for 2020 and address some of the concerns that the community may have with regard to an extension to 2021. I don't have any objection if Mr. Witz wants to kind of discuss that.
Mr. Witz, if you want to talk about this event, you can come up here and talk about it. Well, actually, we do have a motion on the table. So I don't know if we can, unless the commission, anyone object to having Mr. Witz come up and speak? Okay, we'll just do it casually then. Mr. Witz.
Thank you. Again, we brought, because it was a new event and unproven, we came to the city just to make a comparison with Arts, Beats, and Eats. It had a 12-year track record in Pontiac, and we came and only, at our request, asked for a one-year event to see how it would perform. It is not necessarily the right way to build an event and sponsorship and support and get partners and momentum, but you know, we were dealing with a new event, and last year we wanted a one-year agreement, and I think the city was comfortable with a one-year agreement. What happened with this past year is, again, an event that met almost every fact that I said to this body when I came last time. The attendance was 30,000 people. The amount of money raised for charity was $20,000. One thing that we changed in the middle of the event, we had the name as the Unity Fair, and we got feedback that not only was the name not strong enough, but we also reached out to religious organizations and tried to bring, you know, more than Christian based organizations to it, and we found difficulty in doing that on quantity and participation. So we thought we were not living up to the theme of bringing people together, which we bought. And on that matter, I called everybody on this body personally and asked for their feedback before I did it. And, you know, so again, just to the level of communication and respect to this body, I did not move forward with that without explaining the background and again, continuing to make the communication. My same response, Commissioner Lavasser, is in place, is that we are trying to build credibility and a track record. We want to approach sponsors for 2-year contracts. It is so hard to get sponsors just on a 1-year basis and then be there for you. What we have sold is the carnival, and I will just state this amazing statistic about our event. The carnival that was in Royal Oak, and this is just such a great statement about the city, was in the city of Detroit for 11 years prior to this year. And the business, part of it based on weather, just part of it just based on the merits of the event in Royal Oak, the carnival was the second highest participated carnival in the city of Detroit's history of this being on the riverfront. The city of Royal Oak came in number 2 in its first year as far as carnival rides on that event. So it speaks to being able to launch an event in partnership with the city, the promotion that we had. We actually competed with the River Days Festival on the same weekend and had that level of attendance. And I was managing both events at the same time, had multiple media partners divided, had TV stations going in different directions, and everybody won. Not only did Royal Oak was successful, but River Days was its #1 grossing attendance, all on the same weekend. So, you know, my answer here is, again, credibility, stakeholder, sponsorship, commitment to see this event maintain, its strength and grow a new tradition in the city that is family-based. That was the thing that differentiates it, and I'm going to share one weakness of it in just a second, but we had more families there than you would ever imagine, and a lot of folks are concerned too about getting families into the downtown, and this was a family weekend. I just want to say, well, the one shortcoming. One area that we were not successful in is actually driving as much traffic to Fifth Street. The ROK of Rock and Rides was only local bands, and we did not hit the home run for the bars in that area. They said they had the same level sales, and this was from Fifth Avenue and O'Toole, same level as a normal weekend. So we were not successful in delivering that. So our goal this year is to raise more sponsorship and try and bring a couple national acts to that area. And the bands that we're targeting are bands that were successful for New Year's Eve in Royal Oak many years ago. I don't know if you attended, but on the same night, there were the Romantics and the Gin Blossoms for a New Year's Eve celebration, and those are two bands that we're going to try and target to get the level of participation for the rock side of it. So we're going to try and we've assured the DDA we're going to try and raise more money and do that. And again, having a 2-year contract allows us to get stronger sponsorship.
If we were to fast forward to June of 2022 and you make a decision at some point that you want to extend this even further beyond this contract, at what point would it be appropriate for us to contemplate an extension into 2022 and beyond?
So I would say for this event is different than Arts, Beats, and Eats, so a 1-year window on an extension would be something we would come to you. We would basically come to you after the success or not of the next event and come to this body at that point. The nice thing about this event compared to Arts, Beats, and Eats is that there is no closure of Washington Street. There's very limited businesses that are affected by the closure. It is 6th Street and only for Friday, Saturday, Sunday, and 5th Street. So we don't close much traffic or streets, and there is not an increase in parking. So normal business activity on Main Street, none of the businesses have their patrons affected by parking rules or procedures.
Well, let me tell you where I'm coming from here, all right? I want the public to have the opportunity to give us feedback and do it during a time when it is relevant and appropriate, and still give you time to make your planning. So I'm trying to determine what that window is so that we can direct staff. We want to do some community engagement.
30 to 45 days after the event would be great to hear from the public, and you have my word, I will not bring any kind of renewal until there's been a 45-day window after the event so that you guys can ask and reach out for any comment.
Are we talking about 45 days after?
After the next event.
So after 2020, you'd be coming and saying, okay, let's talk about 2022.
Let's, again, I have good feelings about this event because it really ran smoothly, and again, at least from what I heard from Chief O'Donoghue and Deputy Chief Moore, there was no incidents, very peaceful crowd, very smooth traffic operations, much less of an effect on the downtown. So yes, that would be when I would come.
What I'm anticipating here, and perhaps Mr. Gillum may have some insights here, I could support this resolution with an added clause that there be some formal public engagement before the next extension, the next renewal period. And I'm just trying to get a feel for what dates we should put in there.
Again, I would just ask that the course of public discourse and feedback naturally take its course and not address that in the agreement. And I'm just giving you my word that I will make it a full 2 months, that we will not come to this body with any kind of renewal until 2 months after the next year's event is completed.
Commissioner Macy?
Just, can I ask, I mean, couldn't that be on us, though? Like, if he's telling us we have 45 days after the next event, like, that would be the city who would do the public engagement, yeah?
60 days. I mean, I'm at this was just a surprise win. There was an opportunity, and I was just excited that the event did so well and was such a win-win to launch a new event and have it be so successful and smooth in its first year. Was just really exciting.
Yeah, just to Commissioner Macy's point, the reality is if you don't do that and we don't have any feedback or information that's positive or whatever, if you're not doing outreach to the businesses, then that's a significant strike against the event, and we, put it would put its extension or renewal in jeopardy. So all the incentives are in place. I don't know that we have to put it into a contract, but certainly we can, part of our decision criteria is that if the promoter does it well, we want to get involved, and we can, we have Sean Kammer, we have the DDA, we have lots of entities that are part of this process already established. And you know what? People come to public comment, they have emails, everything, we get that feedback, right? So,
And just one, I appreciate Commissioner Perush's compliment on the creativity related to retail. We have one that's in the kitty for this event as well. We are meeting with the retail committee of the DDA retail marketing committee prior to the next vote. That's part of the stipulation, and we are trying to work in a complete shopping component into the event. So there's talk of changing the name potentially to Shop Rock and Rides or Rock Shop and Rides, or promoting a big sidewalk sale, which we would have zero issue with the amount of traffic. So we would be open to every business in Royal Oak that weekend doing a sidewalk sale on the weekend of Rock and Rides. So whether we add it to the name or we make it a big feature of something that a press conference is built around, but that meeting and that is happening with the retail marketing committee or consumer marketing committee of the DDA prior to the vote, and that is definitely happening. I just wanted to say as well.
Commissioner Macy and then Commissioner Lavasser.
So I love that idea. And it seems like this could be a perfect year to try it out. And maybe if this idea happens and there's all these retailers doing the sidewalk sale and being really involved with you in the setup of the festival, it's a couple months before it's Beats and Eats, and you'll be able to get some more feedback from them on what might work better for them at that festival as well. So I think that could be a really win-win. I really like that idea a lot.
We do too.
All right, well, we have a motion on the table. Commissioner Lavasser?
Is there a motion on the table?
Yes,
Yes.
I made the motion.
Okay. Glad to know it.
It's been a long night.
I'm quiet tonight, but I made the motion.
I want to add an addendum to that, and I take what Commissioner Macy says. I think she makes a good point. We don't necessarily have to include any provision for community engagement, community feedback within the contract, but I do believe it's important that we direct staff or direct the DDA if we have that ability, that we encourage that there be an opportunity for folks in the area to provide their feedback. The question is, I'll direct this to Mr. Gillum, can we give the DDA an assignment here, so to speak, and say that within 45 days of the 2020 Rock and Rides that they hold a community engagement meeting and retrieve feedback from the community on how it's impacting folks that are in the footprint or around it, and then report back to us.
Can you give the DDA an assignment? Putting aside the fact that I'm on the DDA, but no, the answer to that is you can't. You can make a request to the DDA. You can make a recommendation, but you can't require the DDA to take the action.
All right, but we could do is basically give them first dibs at doing it, and if not, then we could give direction to other staff to do that.
Yes.
All right, so I'm going to move that we amend the motion to provide that we request the DDA within 45 days of the 2020 Rock and Rides to engage in community engagement within the community. If they're not willing to do so, that staff provide the commission with other alternatives on obtaining this type of feedback from the community.
Motion by Commissioner Lavasser, supported by Commissioner Gibbs. Discussion. Commissioner Macy, then Commissioner Douglas.
Mine's quick. I don't actually see the dates of the festival in here. It remains the third weekend in June,
Yeah,
like the
I'm
20th.
almost sure, and I might have to go to my phone. I'm almost sure it's 19 through 21 of June.
Okay, that's what
I'm
it would be.
almost
I'm looking
sure.
at the calendar right now.
Oh, you are, it's 19
So,
Friday
but for
through
both those weekends, it's like around the 20th at whatever that weekend is of June.
Yes.
Okay.
Commissioner Douglas?
I'm going to vote against the motion. I agree with it in principle, but I don't think the DDA is the place for it. The contract is between the city commission, the city of Royal Oak, and the festival promoter. The DDA tends to meet during the day. It's not necessarily connected to the community as a whole and the residents of Royal Oak, it serves the downtown businesses. So I would consider an alternative that just put it back on the city commission itself as opposed to the DDA.
Any other discussion?
Do you mean
Commissioner
city
Gibbs?
commission or city staff?
Well, they work for us.
I realize that, but.
The city as
a
proper, as opposed to the corporation that is the DDA.
Okay.
Any other discussion? Well, sadly, I mean, I think the DDA is gonna do this anyways. They've done it with Arts, Beats, and Eats. They have feedback sessions and all of that. So I think requesting the DDA to do something at their own desire, if they wanna do it or not, is, I don't know. I mean, I don't know if it's gonna motivate them or not motivate them. I think they're already doing it, and they already work with promoters, and they already get that feedback. But if we want to let them know we're interested, and I don't have a problem. All right, so I'll call for the vote. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed?
No?
No.
Okay. So we'll request the DDA to give us some feedback on the event, or staff will get us feedback on it if the DDA declines that request.
We still have to vote on the primary motion.
Yep, we're just taking care of that one first. Okay, so now we have a motion to approve the contract for Rock and Rides, 2 years. Call for the vote. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed? Motion passes. All right. Thank you, Mr. Witz.
I think I'm going to take a Snickers.
Yeah, hey,
Take two.
You've earned at least one.
Take lots of them, because
Bring
I don't
me
want
one.
to take them home.
yeah, hey, can you bring that basket up here?
Yeah,
I kind of had a late dinner. Thank you, Mr. Witz. Anybody want some out there? If you missed it at public comment? So many to choose from. Trick or treat. All right. This brings us to item number 12, resolution in support of House Bill 4691, Stormwater Utility Act. Mr. Grzan.
Yes, good evening, Mayor and City Commission. Tonight, we're looking for a resolution in support of the Stormwater Utility Act, which is Michigan House Bill 4691. This bill would grant the authority to municipalities to create stormwater utilities while laying out a process for how to do it that should comply with the court decision in Bolt. This bill has been kicked around in the legislature the last 2 sessions. It was reintroduced this year, and there is a hearing scheduled tomorrow. And representatives from the MML, and as well as OHM, who we are working with to create our stormwater utility, are going to be in attendance, and they've asked that we lend support.
Commissioner Dubak.
Just curious, will our folks be providing testimony, or they're just there to observe the conversation?
They're going to be, some are going to be providing testimony, and they've asked a lot of communities that they're working with to provide cards for support or resolutions.
And we're pretty satisfied with the bill as it stands, or are we monitoring the process, are we looking for, there are
Yeah,
no
we've
amendments
been-
that we anticipate looking for?
Yeah, we've been watching this bill for about 4 years now.
Well, I appreciate you bringing this forward. There's a bunch of bipartisan sponsorship signed on to this bill, so I'll move for approval.
Motion by Commissioner Dubak. Is there a second? Second by Commissioner Perush. Discussion.
Just very quickly, in the Stormwater Task Force in our meetings, we discussed the bill really briefly, and we're disappointed that the legislature wasn't moving it forward because it.
Really good sports, guys, really good sports. Sorry about that, Commissioner Perush.
That's okay. We're glad that's the only one that sailed over the group tonight, really. We were a little bit afraid to put that out there just for that very reason. But anyway, the Stormwater Task Force was following the progress for the bill and was disappointed that it was tabled for 2 sessions because it really would provide a good framework for communities to use in establishing their utility. We wouldn't all have to create it from scratch, which is what Royal Oak started to do. There's some good templates of communities that have already established them, Birmingham, Ann Arbor, but each community is different, but there are some consistent components to it that are helpful. And if we would have a statewide piece of legislation that would say, you know, this is basically what you need, just like a lot of other types of things that we have in the state, it would be really, really helpful. It would help our communities. It would help everybody understand what people legally can do and what they can't do. And it would really provide a lot of local communities a tool to address stormwater issues. Whether they're from an environmental standpoint, just basically trying to handle it in a better way, or also managing stormwater to eliminate or at least decrease those catastrophic events that we have. So hopefully this makes it through the legislature this time. Fingers crossed that it does. But at least it's getting a community hearing, which is a first step. So fingers crossed.
Commissioner Dubak. Our resolution is being sent to the state legislature and.
We're going to first send it to our representatives at OHM and the MML.
Okay.
So that they can present it.
I think I would also like for us to get it sent at some point to the county in the hopes that the county can support our efforts on behalf of communities that would benefit from this bill.
Discussion? All right. If not, I'll call for the vote. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed? Motion passes. Thank you, Mr. Kazan. Planning Commission recommendation, conditional rezoning of northeast corner of Knoll Street and East Harrison Avenue. First reading, Mr. Twing.
Good evening, Mayor.
Sense of presence always.
Members of the commission. This request has been in front of you on 2 prior meetings. At the last meeting, you postponed it so the developer could revise their offered plan. The staff report in front of you highlights the revisions that have occurred since that meeting in the bullet points on pages 1 and the top of page 2. I won't run through them in totality. I hope you've had a chance to look at them. As you'll see, staff did point out a couple of concerns on some of the, at least 2 of the items regarding prohibition against patios on 3 of the buildings, as well as a requirement for opacity on for blinds. And the other item of concern was in regards to the screening fence proposed along the north property line and some of the issues we've run into in the past with fences that kind of meander rather than with some regularity. With that, though, however, these are minor, considered minor revisions from the Planning Commission's recommendation to you, which was to approve this conditional rezoning. And their recommendation, again, was to approve it from one-family residential to mixed-use 1. This is the first reading of that rezoning request. If you approve it this evening, staff will draft the required development agreement, bring it back to you as second reading, and confirm all the contingencies are on those plans.
Questions for Mr. Twing? Questions for Mr. Twing? Okay, I'll ask Mr. Wolfson to come up here if he so desires. It's not mandatory. It's not detention either. Although you've been here for 3.5 hours, it may seem like that.
It doesn't seem like that.
Entertaining.
More like purgatory for you, maybe, sir.
Robert Wolfson, 590 East Harrison Avenue. Good evening, everybody.
So, do we have any questions for Mr. Wolfson at all? I know, has anything materially changed since the last time we talked, other than, I mean, I see you provided us a copy of a voluntary
Yes.
agreement that you're submitting voluntarily that you've discussed with the neighborhood?
We met with the neighbors and on a couple of occasions, and we worked out something that everybody was happy with. Our main thing is that we did, I think the most important thing, is we took the top floor off on all the buildings that address, that go on the neighborhoods, north and east side. In addition, there's a list, I think, that everybody has that we did.
Any questions for Mr. Wolfson? All right. Thank you, Mr. Wolfson.
Very much.
Commissioner Prush.
Approval of this conditional rezoning on first reading.
We have a motion by Commissioner Prush, second by Commissioner Dubak. Discussion? Commissioner Dubak.
Yeah, I just think it's worth reiterating that this was kind of a model process where the association came forward and expressed a few concerns. We connected them with the developer, and they hammered it out, much thanks to the association. Mr. Colo played a big part in that. I think these are the conversations that lead to really good decision-making. And I think this is going to be a wonderful asset to the neighborhood, and I hope we can continue to operate this way where we bring residents together with a developer to come to common solutions.
Commissioner Prush.
Two things. First of all, I think we ought to thank Mr. Wolfson for being so flexible and being so willing to work with the neighborhood. Not all developers are willing to have that kind of openness and have that kind of dialogue. And it's refreshing to see that we have one who's very active in our community, building really cool buildings, and wants to be a good neighbor to the community, and I think that's commendable. The second thing that I think we need to acknowledge is that we also need, as a community, to understand that as the demographics of the community change and as the land uses within the community change, we need to be understanding that that there is going to be some change in certain neighborhoods. This particular area used to be single-family housing, built on very, very small lots, very narrow lots. And there's no way now that single-family housing would be reasonable to relocate there. It just can't happen. And so, and the neighborhood understood that. The neighborhood understood that it was great that it was no longer going to be industrial, number one, and number two, that multifamily housing in the neighborhood was a reasonable use of the land, and that it was something that they could live with, and that it was something that they could make acceptable to their own lifestyle. So I think we need to commend them as well in acknowledging that things change. Demographics change, land use patterns change, people's ways of living change. The demand for multifamily housing changes over time. There's great demand for it now. There's great demand for people who want to live close to within an urban area in housing like this, and that the neighborhood needs to be open to things like that. That doesn't mean it belongs in every neighborhood. That doesn't mean that every style of multifamily housing belongs in every neighborhood. But I think as communities grow and change, which they all do all the time, people need to be open at least to that willingness to at least take a look at that option and see whether or not it can work for their neighborhood. So I think the neighborhood needs to be commended as well for having an open mind and accepting this type of project and understanding that it ain't going to be the way it used to be. Things change, but this is a good outcome, and it will work for them.
Any other discussion points? I couldn't have said it better, Commissioner Prush. All right. I'll call for the vote. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed? The motion passes. All right. At least we know Mr. Colo's ability to coordinate is better than his ability to throw Halloween candy to the mayor. Oh. Sorry, Mr. Colo. Wild pitch. We're all entitled to one. All right. So this brings us to our last item on the agenda added by Mr. Gillum related to the Safe Water Drinking Act update discussion. Mr. Gillum.
Mayor and City Commissioners, I thought it would be appropriate to add this to the agenda tonight so I can provide you with an update and at the same time provide the public with an update. I want to make sure that there isn't any misinformation that's flying around, that there aren't any rumors that are running through the community that may not be accurate at all. So over the last couple of weeks, we've probably seen in various news reports that there are a handful of communities in the area, the city of Birmingham, White Lake Township, the city of Oak Park, the city of Hazel Park, the city of Dearborn Heights, the city of Garden City. To my knowledge, there's also some communities in Livingston County and at least one outstate, the city, I believe it's the city of Clare, that have received notification from the state that the routine testing that's been done pursuant to the Michigan Safe Drinking Water Act has indicated that levels of lead in the water in those communities are above what's considered an action level. The action level is not a health-based standard, but it is a standard that's been set by the state. If levels of lead in the water go above that, it requires the water supplier, and in these cases the communities, to take certain action, to engage in additional testing, and to engage its residents, its water customers, in an educational program to educate them about what those lead levels mean and provide information as to what the water customers can potentially do to reduce the risks of lead. Again, this is all related to the Safe Drinking Water Act, which goes back to 1992. Under the Act, communities have been required to test lines that are, supply lines that are known to contain lead. That is, lead supply lines. And this has gone on for years and years here in Royal Oak and in other places as well. Last year, the standards for testing were modified by the state. The standards were made much more rigorous and much more demanding. And the state has admitted that when the standards were changed, the state expected that there would be more positive results. That is, that there would be more test results showing that lead levels were above this action level, which is set. So, well, we received word late last week that now we can add the city of Royal Oak to that list. The last round of testing that was done here in Royal Oak did indicate there were a total of 30 homes that were tested, again, pursuant to the Act. Standard procedure. Out of the 30 homes that were tested, homes that all had known lead supply lines, 8 of the 30 came back with results that were above this so-called action level. Again, that doesn't reflect the fact that the condition of the water hasn't changed from before the testing. The source of the water hasn't changed at all. We continue to get our water through the Great Lakes Water Authority and then through the South Oakland County Water Authority, both of which treat the water that's provided. The water that runs through our mains, we don't have lead water mains. The problem becomes when the water gets into the supply lines between our mains and between our residents' homes, and the water sits there for a period of time and stagnates and then potentially starts to absorb water, either from the supply line itself or the lead from the supply lines themselves, from potentially lead solder that was used in the sideline, in the supply lines, from, I guess, what they call goosenecks, which are connections in the supply line, or potentially from people's faucets themselves. So we've had several conversations with the state. We've had 2 conference calls with the state over the last several days. As I indicated, we are going to be required to engage in additional testing in the future. We are starting an educational campaign with our residents. One of the things that we have to do is to issue a public advisory to our water customers. We have developed that with the cooperation and approval of the state, and I felt that it would be appropriate, again, to make sure that accurate information is out there. I'm actually going to read the public advisory tonight. And that way, in addition to other efforts that we're going to make to publicize the advisory, as this meeting gets repeatedly shown on WROK, then that will additionally reinforce the message that we're trying to send out to our water customers. So I've got copies that I'm passing out for all of the commissioners. I apologize that I didn't share this information with you prior to the meeting tonight, but we didn't actually get formal approval from the state for the text in the public advisory until late this morning. And we had to have that approval before we could send this out. So, and this is a couple pages. I'll read through it. After I'm done, I'll be happy to try to answer any questions that the commission has. I can also give you an idea as to what we've been working on at the staff level in terms of an educational campaign with the public. This is entitled Public Advisory for Drinking Water Customers in the City of Royal Oak. Today obviously is the 28th, but it's dated tomorrow because tomorrow is the date that we'll actually be releasing the advisory to the public. In 2018, the Michigan Safe Drinking Water Act's lead and copper rule was amended to better detect lead in drinking water and protect your health. These changes require communities to focus sampling at lead service line locations, increase the number of sampling locations, and draw multiple samples from each location. This new, more rigorous sampling method is expected to result in higher lead results found at sample sites, not because the water source or quality has changed, but because of the rule's more stringent sampling procedures and analysis. The City of Royal Oak has been conducting testing of tap water in homes with lead service lines for lead and copper in accordance with this act since 1992. During the 2019 monitoring period, the city collected samples from 30 sites with known lead service lines. Service lines are the pipes that connect homes from the city's water mains. Out of 23,741 total service connections, the city estimates that 6%, or approximately 1,400 services, were constructed with lead or lead-containing materials. 8 of the 30 sites tested exceeded concentration levels of 15 ppb, which is parts per billion. Compliance testing procedures require water in the plumbing to sit stagnant for a minimum of 6 hours prior to testing. 15 parts per billion is the concentration action level established by the Michigan Safe Drinking Water Act to evaluate corrosion control. When concentration levels exceeding 15 parts per billion are found within the 90th percentile of samples taken during a monitoring period, the water supply is required to take additional public education and sampling actions. The action level is not a health-based standard, and this exceedance is not a violation of the Michigan Safe Drinking Water Act. The City of Royal Oak's 90th percentile value for samples taken during the most recent monitoring period was 23 parts per billion. In response to these results, the City of Royal Oak will increase both the frequency of monitoring and the number of sites tested. This additional information will provide important data for state and city officials to determine what additional actions may be required in order to bring the 90th percentile value below 15 parts per billion in subsequent biannual monitoring periods. Although these results are site-specific and can vary between homes, the City of Royal Oak would like to share some recommended actions that all of our residents can take to reduce exposure to lead, since exposure to lead can cause serious health problems if too much enters your body from drinking water and other sources. Lead can enter drinking water when in contact with older pipes, solder, interior plumbing, and older fittings and fixtures that contain lead, particularly when water has remained still or stagnated for extended periods. Homes with lead service lines have an increased risk of having high lead levels in drinking water. The following tips can help reduce exposure to lead. First, run your water before consuming. The more time water has been sitting in your home's pipes, the more lead it may contain. Therefore, if your water has not been used for several hours, run the water before using it for drinking or cooking. This flushes stagnant water from the pipes. Additional flushing may be required for homes that have been vacant or have a longer service line. However, the following provides a good guideline. If you do not have a lead service line, run cold water for 30 seconds to 2 minutes or until it becomes cold or reaches a steady temperature. If you do have a lead service line, run cold water for at least 5 minutes to flush water from the plumbing of your home and the lead service line. Next, consider using a filter to reduce lead in drinking water. The Michigan Department of Health and Human Services recommends that any household with a child or pregnant woman use cold water and a certified lead filter to remove lead from their drinking water, especially when preparing baby formula. Look for filters that are tested and certified to NSF/ANSI standard 53 for lead reduction. Be sure to maintain and replace the filter device in accordance with the manufacturer's instructions to protect water quality. If your household has a child or pregnant woman, and if you are not able to afford the cost of a lead filter, the Oakland County Health Department will be at the city's Mahaney-Meininger Senior Community Center at 3500 Murray Avenue on Wednesday, October 30th from 4 p.m. to 7 p.m. to provide one lead filter at no cost for those that qualify. Third, do not use hot water for drinking, cooking, or preparing baby formula. Fourth, boiling will not reduce the amount of lead in the water. Fifth, clean your faucet aerator to remove trapped debris. Sixth, check whether your home has a lead service line. If you are unsure whether your home is serviced by a lead service line, the following link from the city's website provides a useful tool to assist you in determining your home's service line material. That link is www.romi.gov/lead, L-E-A-D, testing, T-E-S-T-I-N-G, one word. And for anybody at the table that's trying to check, the links are not up on the website yet. They'll be effective tomorrow.
You know what? I just found it.
It's already up?
Yep, it is.
Okay. Finally, have your water tested for lead. The Michigan Department of Environment, Great Lakes and Energy, or EGLE, E-G-L-E, as we've come to know them, publishes a list of state laboratories that are certified for lead testing at www.michigan.gov/EGLE, E-G-L-E, labs, L-A-B-S. The Oakland County Health Division also offers testing kits. For more information, contact the Oakland County Health Division at 248-858-1280. Health-related questions can be directed to the Oakland County Nurse on Call at 800-848-5533 or noc@oak.gov.com. In the coming weeks, the City of Royal Oak will be providing additional informational resources as part of a comprehensive public education campaign. Additional information regarding the new regulations and lead safety can be found on the City of Royal Oak's website at www.romi.gov/lead, L-E-A-D, testing, T-E-S-T-I-N-G, one word, or on the EGLE website at www.michigan.gov/MI lead, L-E-A-D, safe, S-A-F-E. Thank you for your attention to this important matter. So in addition to the information that's contained in the public advisory, which again we'll be releasing tomorrow, we're also going to be sending out a press release to all the major media outlets. We are doing work on the website. Judy Davids is here in the audience, has been doing a ton of work and cramming a lot of information into the website that we feel will be very beneficial to our residents and our water customers. In addition to the information that's been set up on the website, we've also set up a dedicated hotline, 248-246-3999. Again, 248-246-3999. In the interest of maintaining a consistent message from the city, we've identified and assigned 5 specific employees at the city who will be responsible for answering calls on that line. We've set up a hunt group with the assistance of the IT office, so the phones will ring one line. If that person can't pick up, it'll ring to the next person's line, and so on and so on. If everybody is busy, there will be an opportunity for a message to be left, and somebody will have to follow up with them. To assist residents in terms of trying to determine what kind of a supply line they have, whether there's lead or not, we do have the link to the NPR site that's going to be in the advisory and in the press releases. I haven't looked at it yet, but as I understand, it is relatively simple and straightforward, and it is easy to use. In addition to that, we're also setting up a program through the website where our residents can actually take a picture of their water meter and some of the supply line on each side of their water meter, and then email that picture into the city. And then if they do that, send that picture into the city, then the staff out at the DPS will take a look at the picture, and given the years of experience that they have out there, if it's a decent picture, they're probably going to be able to tell, just by looking at the picture, whether or not we're talking about a lead supply line. And if they're not able to do that, then we'll be following up with the residents to try to actually get into the homes and make a visual inspection. A lot of this, from our standpoint, has to do with building a database, so we can figure out exactly where the lead supply lines are, where they aren't, so we can take steps to begin replacing those as we start moving forward. So the bottom line here is the city has been in compliance with federal and state standards in the past. We're currently in compliance with federal and state standards right now. We're on this advisory because the test levels have been higher, because the standards were lowered. But we are in compliance right now. We're going to continue to be in compliance in the future. We're working closely with the county, with the health department. We appreciate the good relationship with them. We're working closely with the state, with Eagle, to make sure that we're doing everything that we need to do to comply with the law and to protect our residents. If you have other questions, I can try to answer them. Otherwise, again, the educational program, we're going to start rolling that out tomorrow, full speed ahead.
Commissioner Macy?
I have a question. When you were reading this, you read it slightly different than I was reading it along with you. It says if your child has if your household has a child or pregnant woman, or if you are not able to afford the cost of a lead filter, Oakland County Health Department will be at the senior center from 4 to 7 on Wednesday. But you read it if your household has a child or pregnant woman, and if you are not able to afford. Is it or and?
We believe that it's an and, because the specific information that we've gotten from the health division indicates that to qualify for a filter, number one, you have to be one of our water customers. Number two, you can already have received a filter from either the health department or the State Department of Health and Human Services. Number three, your household has to have at least one of the following: a child under the age of 18 that lives there, a child under the age of 18 that spends several hours every week, at least 3 months of the year there, or a pregnant woman living there. And your household has to have at least one of the following: someone receiving WIC benefits and or being on Medicaid insurance, or financial difficulty affording a filter and replacement cartridges. And the filters, we're told, cost about $35, and replacement cartridges cost about $15. So, to the extent we can give anyone advice, those are standards that the county is going to be applying on Wednesday afternoon over at M&M. So if you think you're eligible for one of these filters under the County Health Division's program, go to the M&M, find out on Wednesday afternoon. If you're screened and it determines that you're not eligible, then it'll be up to you to get a filter if you choose to do that.
So that's my question.
Is that sufficient time for people to know about it? I mean, will there be future dates where, you know, once the word gets out, that people who meet these conditions can get a filter?
At this point in time, Wednesday is going to be the only opportunity that we're aware of to get a free filter. After Wednesday, I think the county and the state will reevaluate and make a determination as to whether or not they're going to offer filters on any other different dates. But at this point in time, Wednesday is the only one that we're aware of.
Commissioner Dubak.
I just want to make sure I'm tracking everything you've said here. I have, small children in the house, and a lot of folks in the community do. So I want to make sure we're on the same page. So the main line that brings the water to us, that is testing fine.
It's not made of lead.
The Great Lakes Water Authority and SACWA routinely test their water, and that water is fine. And in fact, they both put anti-corrosives into the water that they provide to us. So we're receiving water, in the bigger sense, we, the city, the water that we receive has been treated and doesn't exceed any of the action levels.
So it's the service line that connects the main line to the house that are made of lead, in some cases, that are, the water quality hasn't changed, but the testing standards have changed, in theory.
We're receiving basically the same water we always have from GLWA, from Great Lakes, used to be DWSD, Detroit Water and Sewerage, and SACWA, that's correct. That hasn't changed.
So the
Where we're getting it from hasn't changed. The quality of that water hasn't changed. The standards have changed.
Okay. And the standards have changed, that's a good thing, because it allows us as homeowners and as a community to be much more aggressive and proactive in getting rid of those lead service lines or applying filters before it becomes a serious health hazard.
Correct.
Okay. You said about 14,000 estimated service lines in the city.
1,400.
Sorry, 1,400.
Roughly.
How many of those have we identified? Do we have any idea how many we know? Because if we're testing 30, we know those ones. How many have we inventoried?
I'm not sure. I know that's something that the DPS is working on, but we do not have a comprehensive inventory. It would be nice if we did. It would be nice if we could tell our residents, hey, give us a call, let us know where you live. We'll check our records and we can tell you whether or not you have a lead supply line. But our records are just not complete at this point in time.
But we think this photo program should help us identify a lot, or at least tell a lot of folks, yeah, that's definitely not a lead service line.
Correct. Yeah. As the Water Division has been making repairs and engineering projects and things like that, going along, I mean, ever since the changes to the act and the rules were made, as we have come across water lines, we've been identifying them and trying to inventory them and find out if they're lead lines, copper lines, whatever they are. So we've been trying to build the database, but now that we're under this action level advisory, it gives us a chance to maybe ask the residents to help provide us some of that information so we can build our database more quickly.
Okay, so I mean, action level, right? I mean, so we need to take action. So priority number one is, well, we'll communicate with the residents, but inventorying all these lines, that becomes our top priority, knowing where they are.
Well, and we're going to be doing additional testing now, too.
Okay.
So,
let's see here. Can we, so once we identify service lines, so we say there's about 14,000.
1,400.
Geez, 1,400, I'm sorry.
Yeah.
It's late.
6%.
6%, 1,400. So, yeah, it's a small portion of households. I want to make sure that there are no financial barriers. It was all very complicated about how to get a filter from the county. For the 14,000 people, I feel like,
1,500?
gosh, dang it.
It's
Mike, it's 1,400, not 14,000.
You've all heard it 5 times. We have someone else saying something different.
I'm sorry. I think we should consider, a no barrier entry to getting filters for those households immediately. as soon as we identify folks. You know, not hoops, no qualification. It's 1,400 times $35. I feel like that's something worth investing in to ensure that our residents have access to a filter when they know they have a lead service line, just that we're taking every possible precaution. Is that something that we can consider taking action on?
Can consider doing, keep in mind that the life of a filter is, we have been told over the last week or so, is roughly 9 months.
Okay.
So 35 for 9 months.
Well, and ultimately, what has to happen is those lead and copper service lines have to come out one way or the other, whether, and I know there's litigation ongoing about whose obligation is to replace them, correct?
Well, the legislation is clear that it's our obligation to replace the lines. You're correct, there are a number of communities that have joined together and have challenged that on various grounds. Basically, the biggest ground, just because the state is requiring us to replace the service lines, but isn't providing any source of funding for that at all.
Right.
So
So that's phase 3, is getting them out of the ground, one way or the other. But, so first, make sure everyone knows. Second, inventory of the lines. Third, make sure everyone has access to a filter should they need one. Am I understanding that right?
those are some of the pieces of the puzzle, absolutely.
There's tips on drinking here. I don't see anything regarding bathing, or did I miss it? Is bathing, this level is not a concern for bathing?
No.
It's just consumption.
Consumption, that's correct.
Okay. And it's always been the rule, you're not supposed to cook with hot water, right? Because it can loosen up things in the line. So I remember learning that in home ec class, you know, cook in hot water.
So woke.
Right? Okay, I'm tracking. I just want to make sure that this is being explained in a way that everyone's going to understand, so that we're not, like, this is an opportunity to be proactive and get residents aware and make sure everyone can take the necessary steps to ensure that, you know, the pipes do not continue to corrode and put and risk the health of one's self or their family.
Yeah, we're not trying to scare people with this, but we do want people to take it seriously.
Okay.
And there are things that can be done to reduce the risks to our residents, and we want to make sure that we're all on the same page and we're working together with our residents to do that exact same thing.
Are all our levels right now, since we've been testing since 1992, they've all been in compliance with EPA standards, right?
Well, when you're talking about EPA standards and state standards, those are two different things.
Yeah, I'm talking about the EPA.
But yeah, in the federal level, federal standards, which, as I understand, are higher than the state standards, yeah, we've never had an issue with the federal standards.
But this is because we have new states, so here's the EPA, and here are the new state standards, and so therefore, we're coming down to here, and that's why we're administering the tests on the estimated 6% of the water customers that have lead lines, service lines coming into their home.
Well, I mean, we did the same kind of testing that we've been doing all along. But again, because those test results are being evaluated under a different standard now.
Yeah, the score, the line dropped.
Correct.
Because of the act passed in Michigan to make it lower. And so therefore, the test results we're seeing more positive than what we did before, which we had a different standard. So none of the quality of the water has changed, but the standard has moved down because of the recent legislation in the state of Michigan. And us and every city in southeast Michigan is following a similar process moving forward.
Statewide.
Statewide, yeah.
It's going to be statewide, yeah.
Okay.
I know, Judy, you've been doing a ton of work on this. Is there anything that I missed in terms of what we're going to be doing?
No, I think that you pretty much hit it all. We've been working really hard on the website. I know you said you saw some things. You must have saw some of the fact sheets that we have. The site will go live early this morning, or tomorrow. I don't know, what day is it? It'll go live sometime probably within 10 hours. And we've trained staff, as Mr. Gillum has said, and we're looking forward to taking a lot of calls tomorrow and giving out a lot of good information. So I think we have a really solid plan. We'll see how it goes tomorrow. But we're very flexible. We've built a plan that can be very flexible, so we can change throughout the day. We're going to be monitoring questions. We have We have answers to frequently asked questions. If our call takers discover there's questions getting asked that aren't on our list, we'll be adding those throughout the day. So it should be pretty comprehensive FAQ by the end of Tuesday. I'm like you. It's too late for me. I don't even know what day it is anymore. But yeah, I think we have a really solid plan. So, and emails will be going out, social media. If you come to City Hall, there'll be flyers around. I think we've given you a copy. That 3900 number is the number we're encouraging people to call. 3999. And yeah, we're looking forward to tomorrow and sharing a lot of good information.
And we still have some details to work out, but for the members of our community that maybe aren't on Facebook or that aren't maybe as computer literate as some others, I'm looking into some kind of a direct mailing campaign too. So probably both to residents and also to all the taxpayers, the property owners of record in the city. Because again, the idea is to make sure that everybody understands what's going on here. So again, we're all working together, we're all on the same page. I did hear one comment from the audience about the schools. Obviously, we're not the schools, but I know that I spoke with the superintendent this afternoon, and she is aware of the report that the city got back. She is now. I mean, I told her about it. But the state has a separate group of people that deal with the schools. But I expect that that group will be following up with our school district fairly soon. I'm sorry? In terms of the direct mail campaign, Mr. Wolf, what I expect we would do is we'll be sending educational materials to every address of record in the city, so hopefully that's going to get to the renters. But in the addition to sending to the address of records as to occupant or whatever, then we'll also send to the taxpayer of record, that is who we have on file as the owner of record. So some people may be getting double mailings, but better to have too much notice than not enough, as far as I'm concerned.
Commissioner Perush?
A question, first of all, when you say 1,400, how did staff come about with that estimate? I know we had a lead service line at our house, which we didn't discover it, city engineers discovered it when they replaced the large water main down our street that we connected to. Got a knock on the door and said, guess what? You've got a lead service line, we recommend you replace it, which we did. But we have a 1920 house, so I would expect that back in those days, that was probably the only material that they used for connecting lead service lines. How did staff come up with the 1,400 estimate? Do you know?
That's based upon all the information that they have at this point in time about what are confirmed lead service lines. Also based upon the years that homes were constructed and things like that.
Mm-hmm.
We do have the benefit in going through this process. I know the commission is aware, and I don't know, I guess, well, there was an article in the paper, so it was in the Tribune, so everybody knows now, but Greg Rassel, our Director of Public Service, Recreation and Public Service, is going to be retiring. And we have found his successor, and actually the individual that I hired to take his place came to us from the city of Birmingham. And while he was working for the city of Birmingham, he was one of the key players in their lead and copper testing. He's very familiar with the personnel at the state that we've been dealing with. He's been a great help to us in terms of putting our resources together up to this point. And Aaron Filipski, who we all have a chance to meet before too long. But Aaron has indicated that those are roughly the numbers that they found in the city of Birmingham too. Roughly 6% of their homes had lead supply lines too, so.
One of the difficulties that we're working with is in terms of city records, we didn't become a city until 1921, and there's a fair amount of hoses that were built before that date. So to the extent there were any municipal records at all, they would have been township records, and who knows where those are. So we don't have complete records for houses that are older than a certain age as well. So that, I think, limits our ability to at least look at city records to the extent that it would even have indicated that it was a lead service line. So, we're working at a disadvantage there. The other thing that I wanted to mention, when you were reading this advisory, I went online and just connected with the City of Royal Oak webpage, the romi.gov, and just put in the search lead testing, and boom, a whole lot of different things came up. So a lot of it's already live, including how do I figure out if my water service line is lead? And so I clicked on it, and it didn't immediately connect me with the NPR site, but I think it connected me to a state site, which then connected me to an NPR site. And it very clearly with pictures walks you through steps to take to determine whether or not you have a lead service line. And it seems very easy. Anybody could do it. And you do it from the inside of your house. You don't have to dig up your yard to look at your pipe. You can actually tell from inside where your water meter is. So that's a very easy process to do. And that's reassuring that it's there. But I didn't have an opportunity to look through all of the information that's online, including a fairly extensive fact sheet of frequently asked questions. And you mentioned the bathing issue. Lead is a toxic chemical, and all toxic chemicals have what are called exposure pathways. In other words, pathways that can damage you or create harm. And it's different for every chemical. For lead, one of the exposure pathways is ingesting it, eating it, or drinking it. Another exposure pathway is breathing the dust, like when you have a demolition of a home or a building that has a lot of lead-based paint and you breathe the dust over time. If you're a demolition contractor, that can be an exposure pathway to you, breathing in the dust. Or children eating lead-based paint, by chewing on old furniture or whatever. That's ingesting. But for lead, dermal absorption through the skin is not an exposure pathway. So you could sit in a bathtub with lots of lead in the water and you would not absorb it through your skin. If you didn't drink the water and you didn't breathe any dust, you'd be just fine because lead doesn't have an exposure pathway through the skin. So people shouldn't be afraid to deal with bathing issues if you think you have lead in the water. That's a real wonky description. I don't know if that's already in the facts or whether there's a way to make it a little bit simpler so that people understand that the things that they really need to be concerned about is drinking it, ingesting it, and nothing else, so that they're not overly terrified of the fact that it might be present in their house. You might find some way to explain that so that people don't get overly concerned. If it turns out that we're going to have to deal with replacing those lead pipes, 1,400 of them is going to be, it's either, it was expensive for us to have to do it. Nelson Brothers, they're not cheap. They're not the only ones that do it, but, that's a major plumbing. You dig up your whole front yard and replace the pipe. It's not cheap. So it's either going to be a burden for certain homeowners or it's going to be a burden for the city, or we're going to have to figure out some way to deal with it. But that's going to be an issue.
This is something that we're going to be talking about at this table for years and years and years.
Yeah, we are. Yeah.
Any other questions from Mr. Gillum? Okay.
Well, we'll obviously continue to keep everyone at the table posted, and again, we've got a lot of information that we're going to be getting out to the residents too. So
This is all part of the process that we've had in place, testing and being compliant with the state. And we're getting the results now, and we're trying to communicate that as fastly as possible.
Absolutely correct.
Okay, good. And it affects, we estimate 6% of the water lines. And of that, the ones that we've tested, 8 of those. So, we're not, we want to make sure that we have those resources available, that if anyone suspects that they have one of the 6%, that they have a lead service line, that they can get that identified and they can get that additional testing. And if there is a problem with their service line, that there's remedies in place.
Correct.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Gillum. Mr. Gibbs.
Motion to adjourn.
Gibbs, seconded by Commissioner Douglas. Discussion? With none, I'll call for the vote. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, motion passes. Adjourned.